Alright, let's play some more of the Devilish Kitty deck. I think in the event that we make the grand finals tonight, this deck is in contention for what I'm interested in playing. You're on split 9 for armor with no ink or gold. Yeah, it took me 11 on Viper. By the way, for the regulars hanging out today too, today's going to be a longer stream since Rivals doesn't start till 4 p.m. At some point in the middle there, we're going to do a sponsored hour for Genshin TCG. Genshin Impact has a full card game in client now, and they're hosting $50,000 prize pool tournaments for it, which is kind of wild for like a side game inside of the actual game. We get punished if this is the hot location, but I think I want to play into the Nebula path here. I really don't want to play into Machine World or these. Yeah, I really hope the Genshin TCG gets its own full client at some point, because it's genuinely a very good game. You have to play a good bit of actual Genshin to like be able to get over to play it, so it's harder for new people to get into it. The gameplay itself is very good though. I like it a lot. I think I'm declining to play Nightcrawler because I don't want to make their abomination, I don't want to make their abomination, what's it called, cheaper. How do you get the cards? You actually can't spend money on cards for Genshin TCG. You have to acquire them by playing the game. There's no monetization attached to it. I think I'm moving Jeff, and I'm planning to Spider-Man plus Miles next turn. Genshin TCG officially has more prize money than Artifact had. We just do this, and then we Gamora on the right next turn, right? We could get got by a Doctor Doom. They're going to 8. I'm going down to 4. They're going to 10. Gamora is plus 8 here with Angela. I probably should have moved Jeff into Machine World here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Yeah, if I'd have put Jeff on the left, we'd have beaten Doctor Doom. Oh, their hazmat cage. Sure did anyways. Got it. Okay. Close game. Hey, GG, Strip. Hey, Attire, thanks for the brand new Prime. There's a ton of great people you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this way this month and keeping me around. I think it's just Tempo Enchantress against Lockjaw. It's our lad. And we'll go Spider-Man on the right. We'll have Shang-Chi for the middle. Oh, I probably should have played Enchantress mid, actually. Is there much of a viewer change during the summer months when school are out? Is that not have much of an impact? So, this is obviously going to be my first summer streaming not Magic the Gathering, but while streaming Magic the Gathering, historically speaking, the summer months tend to be the lowest viewer count of the year, June and July. Shang-Chi's technically worse than Gamora, right? Because Shang-Chi is 12, whereas this is 14 because of the Wakandan embassy. Because I have priority, so we're not going to kill whatever they play here. Ah, rip. Close game. Has the kitty hype died down? I mean, people are no longer playing her at the same rate they once were. Similar to how I expect High Evolutionary to fall off in terms of being, like, the most popular deck by a significant margin. Kitty is no longer the most popular thing by a significant margin. What's the playstyle of the Genshin TCG? It's similar to... It doesn't really have any great direct comparisons because it's got unique gameplay mechanics to it. It has a dice rolling aspect to it. And similar to how Genshin is an RPG you play with a party of 4 characters, the TCG has 3 characters and you win the game by knocking out your opponent's lineup of 3 characters. Each character has different things that you build around, and the characters determine which other cards you can put in your deck to a degree. Yeah, it's very just its own thing. It doesn't really have a good direct comparison, in my opinion. I think I need to play Angela on the left here because of the feature location being deep space, potentially on the right. It's not as fast-paced as Snap. The pacing of it is more similar to Magic the Gathering, I would say. But the gameplay is still very good. I tried Teamfight Tactics. I did a sponsored thing for Teamfight Tactics at one point, and that game is basically impenetrable. The tutorial for it literally doesn't exist. That's like a pretty even... It's a pretty even expansion, all things considered.
Wind, aid my hand.
Do I want to fight over the middle? Or do I want to put Jeff into Necrotia? I think we're gonna lose the middle. I'm gonna put Nightcrawler there, but I'm gonna put Jeff into Necrotia.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
And then we get to play Enchantress here and Miles here. Miles gives us +3 over here, and then Enchantress pulls 18 off of them and gives us plus 17. Who do you expect to be the toughest opponent in today's tournament? Dara and Nina have the best team by a good bit, because they're the only team that has two full-time Snap creators playing on their team, people that are infinite every season. Yes, this is the Devilish Kitty deck I posted about in my best decks video. I think it's quite good. This is probably the deck I will play if we make the grand finals today. Has the tools to be competitive in most matchups. I don't think it's like 0% in anything. It's playing good tech cards and good interaction, while also having some okay numbers. Yeah, it's a lot of hours to get to Genshin, the TCG and Genshin. If you don't enjoy open world RPGs, it's hard for me to recommend starting Genshin just for the card game. But if you're someone who enjoys open world RPGs even casually, I genuinely think Genshin is one of the best open world RPGs ever made. The production quality on the game is absolutely insane. The game makes piles of money and they invest lots of it right back into the client. Tiger Yamamoto, thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back. Don't I want to keep the info about which deck I'm playing private? Listen, chat. I'm here to make content first and foremost. Yeah, Genshin's on PC, mobile, and PlayStation. I do a lot of my playing on PlayStation. I'm excited to try Diablo on Friday. I've got a group of 3. I talked 3 other adult friends into taking the day off of work to play on stream together as a party. So we'll have a full group of 4. Yes, Genshin's full cross progression. How is the pay to win? So Genshin doesn't have like an arena or any way you compete against other people. So like you can spend money to like make your clear times in the game easier, but you could actually just play the whole game without spending any money if you don't want to. You mostly spend money if you want to like increase your party variety. Well, I switched to Star Rail. I'm playing both because I'm an addict. Genshin, I don't love playing, like, real-time combat games on my phone. I know some people are really into that, but I'm just not. So, like, I'll, like, log in and do dailies for Genshin on my mobile occasionally, but I mostly play that on my PS5. Whereas, Honkai is a, turn-based game, so it's easier to play on mobile. How I feel about Zabu versus Daredevil in this deck. I don't think Zabu is very useful in this deck, and I think Daredevil is very good. Yes, when the PlayStation version originally released, you couldn't crossplay, but it does full crossplay now, Jocelyn. I think I'm just playing these out in the middle and playing for Deep Space here. So this is actually kind of fun. We can Green Goblin and Kitty here, and then we can pull everyone off of here so Angela gets the Atlantis bonus while also being fucking huge. Got me. So she'll go up to 17 here with the Atlantis bonus now. Am I supposed to play hard for one of these locations? Maybe I'm supposed to play hard. Maybe I'm supposed to play hard for the left, actually. Because we're tied in the middle. This puts me up to 920 on the left, so we're beating Doctor Doom. I guess we get like Shang-Chi plus something here is maybe a reason to split. Yeah, rip. Okay. I thought about it just before it flipped up. Shang-Chi's in the reasonable output range of what they're doing. Yeah, but it played that well. I should have split because of this potential. And just played for all three. Yeah, I think this deck is fine into the feature location. Obviously, the feature location is not relevant for the direct challenge matches. The direct challenge games are not impacted by that. Every new major area they've added to Genshin Impact has improved on their storytelling and character writing. It's pretty widely accepted for everybody, and I agree with it for people as somebody who's played through all 4 regions that every region kind of gets progressively better as they've really learned what they're doing. How many hours is 4 p.m. from now? 6 hours. I don't see any move decks lately. Move decks are not competitive. Maybe next month we'll change the fact that move decks aren't competitive, but also a big part of what makes move decks not competitive is the fact that Galactus just murders them, so maybe not. I think I'm playing Miles here and then planning to Spider-Man the Vault next turn. 4 p.m. Central. Whenever you see time zones on my channel, it's always Central Cornfield time. Fucking got him. Thought they could cheese us.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Out! Out! Fucking put this in here for good measure, too. Just let them really know what's up. Their username avatar combo is great. Concur with that. All right, working our way up to gold on gold here.
3D.
Yeah, the blue border is not bad, but gold on gold is my goal. That's a good one. That's a good one. The hot location effect battle mode, it does not. Chat, I need someone to commiserate with me for a minute. Does anybody else have a significant other with a gnome obsession? Or am I the only one? My house is riddled with gnomes. There's so many of them. Strangely specific. Like they have like we have seasonal gnomes, chat. Every season has different gnomes. Some holidays as well. Okay, so I think I actually need to move Jeff this turn because next turn I need to Spider-Man plus Miles, so that way I can Gamora. Well, I guess I'm kidding next turn. Are we just not playing Miles this game? We might just not be playing Miles this game. Yeah, it's probably just a Miles this game. I'm wrong. I'll just chill. And I'm only bringing this up pseudo-randomly. I was just sent this picture with the message new summer gnomes. Walmart and the grocery store Aldi is where a significant number of our gnomes come from. There are certainly worse things to be collecting. Aldi sponsored stream one. Listen, they could just pay us in gnomes, chat. It'll be a cheap sponsor for them. Dax, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. And the really convenient thing that Kitty does in spots like this is we get to like be ahead with also not having priority. So again, Kitty Pride comes back to our hand before priority is calculated here.
Victory.
You thought that was a bot? No, definitely a human. Is there any place for Jeff in this deck? Unfortunately, there's not. There isn't another card that enables Miles Morales as cleanly as Jeff does. It's hard to replace Jeff inside of decks with Miles Morales and inside of decks with, what's it called? Inside decks with Miles Morales and inside of decks with, Professor X. Jeff has some synergy with Angela. He's, like, not bad with her, but I don't know that I would call him, like, unreplaceable with her. Yeah, I'd play the bounce deck in a heartbeat in the tournament if I didn't expect to get Galactus. The bounce deck is just, like, so close to 0% against Galactus. Daredevil is not ongoing. It's just a thing that happens. Which is weird, but it's an important distinction to be aware of. How do you think Snowguard works in the feature location? I think nobody will ever know the answer to that question, so we don't need to worry about it. I mean, I think any of the people playing in the tournament could reasonably bring Galactus. Galactus is a very, very good deck. Daredevil should work on the Isle of Silence for flavor reasons. Fair. Ever done viewer matches? I do not. We experimented with some battle mode content when it first released. There just wasn't a particularly high demand for it. No Shang-Chi drawn for us is unfortunate. So, this is 3, this is 3, this is gonna be 1. So if I put Miles here, we're like tying. We're 1 ahead here, meaning if they play any 6-drop, we win. Maybe I'm just supposed to do this though. So that way I can follow up with Gamora here next turn, is probably the play. Yeah, I think this is the line.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So assuming Gamora lives, this beats Doctor Doom. They could have a big Hulk here too. I think their Hulk is like 16, which I suppose beats us. I'm curious to see what Conquest does. I don't know that I love Tournament Snap not having sideboards or multi-deck. I definitely prefer sideboards to multi-deck. Multi-deck's kind of a big commitment to get invested into. All right, deck builder restriction for tournament. So the 5 Swiss rounds will actually have a unique deck building restriction every round that we're not being told in advance. We'll have to build decks for on the spot. So the Swiss round should be sweet. But then the 2 teams that make the grand finals could just bring any legal deck. Side deck refers to having a small number of cards that in between games you change cards between your side deck and the deck that you're playing. In Magic, you have 60 card decks with a 15 card side deck, and you swap in between games. Multi-deck is where you bring multiple decks to the tournament, and you swap between them inside of the rounds with some type of condition. All right, if both of these live, we win then? All right, we're good to go regardless. Did I discuss with my teammate for deck building? Yes, yeah, we'll be able to talk with our teammate for deck building. We don't have to play the exact same deck, but we can talk together. Has there been a tournament run in Snap with sideboards? So, battle mode doesn't give you the option to edit your decks in between games. So, in order for Snap to support something like side decks or multi-deck, they would need to build it into the client for it to work with battle mode. So no, the only way to play even community Snap tournaments at the moment is just like, you submit your deck and then that's it. You play it for the games. Is that Angela variant a 1200 gold one? That Angela variant was a $50 bundle variant that has since left this world. Yeah, doing multiple rounds of battle mode would take a long time. Even a single round of battle mode is definitely the longer side. Is Second Editor still making a different PC client? They're making a different PC UI. That's supposed to be coming at some point this summer. I'd be kind of surprised if it's in the June patch, but maybe they'll surprise us. But June, July, or August. Somewhere in there is what they had originally announced. Everybody playing in Rivals is required to stream their perspective. Technically, Conquest next month is also speculation. That was also, it's coming for summer. So Rivals could be open for stream sniping. So, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect all of the content creators playing in the tournament to not be stream sniping. Because that would be supremely shitty if they did that. But all of the chats for people broadcasting will be required to be in emote-only mode for during the actual gameplay. So that way chat can't ghost for them, basically. Who's the commentators? D-Buddy, Snap Creator's actually doing it. And then someone named Ubershout. And then there's a third who I'm blanking on that I was not familiar with. Man, let me look it up. Veli Cardwell. Ubershout's someone that has done other card game stuff, I believe. I'm not super familiar with them. D-Buddy is a regular Snap Creator. I'm familiar with them, but the other two less familiar with. I think we're dead, fam. Has casting ever introed you for games? Yeah, so I was actually a part of the official broadcast team for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, the Pokemon MOBA, for their first competitive year. So I've done some esports commentary stuff before. Back during my Magic the Gathering days, we used to run like bi-monthly tournaments here on the channel that I did commentary for. I think I'm just supposed to play for all three, but this does unfortunately lose to Dr. Doom. They also killed just a fuck ton of things, right? So we're also dead to death. I think if this was a tournament game, I'd leave here, because Death and Doom both beat this line. Excuse me? Sure.
Victory.
Yeah, Pokemon Unite unfortunately suffered from what a lot of live service games suffer from, and that is just like not having regular balance passes. Like, their meta game is so stagnant and rotten so often. It's honestly, like, Marvel Snap's not perfect, but it's so fucking refreshing to not only have a company making the game that communicates as well as Second Dinner does, but also is just, like, regularly giving us balance passes on things. Icebox hitting Miles is great, because if he gets cheaper, he doesn't care that he got kicked up. Not enough money to keep tweaking, I suspect. Nah, that's not true at all. I think a lot of the times people attribute stuff like that, and that's not the case. Yeah, I mean, I was planning to, like, dip back into some Unite with Umbreon's release. I really love Umbreon as a Pokemon, but their current... Oh, I forgot to press the button. Their current metagame is real bad. It's the max amount of boosters you can have for a card. What's the integer limit?
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
I'm playing Nightcrawler into the Icebox here, because I likely want Nightcrawler to end up in Nidavellir. And I'd prefer... And I want it to be able to move to make Miles cheaper down the line.
Opponent snapped.
And again, this is like the difference between tournament play on the ladder. I think I'm supposed to leave without Shang-Chi in a snap in this position. I'm gonna hang and see how the game ends up, but pretty sure without Shang, this is leave the game angle. Hey, Reiner Loot, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. What if we do this and send Titania across? I think I'm into it. Or not. Okay. I think we'll have 100k followers during the rival shoot, only 100k to go. Nah, 1,200's a ton. A really good day for follower count is like there's a couple hundred. We might hit 99,000 today. Shang-Chi, we're like Shang-Chi. Yeah, we're out of here.
Escaped.
I'm not sure who recommended me as a move player, but I haven't played a ton of the archetype because I don't think the move deck is very good. I expect move with the new tools we're getting next month to perhaps be better once they nerf Galactus. Yeah, Molt is a YouTube content creator that plays a lot of the move archetype, but it's just genuinely not competitive right now. I'm gonna play Jeff into the bar with No Name, because not only does it help us throw priority, but I'm gonna want Jeff to end up in somewhere that's not bar with No Name eventually, and I want to be able to move him to trigger Miles. This gives us the most flexibility here. When's the next patch? June 13th is the next patch. Season resets on the 5th. I'm on vacation from the 7th until the 11th. Well, you know. I think everything worked out. We don't will get conquest mode. I do not. Summer sometimes is what's been communicated, Doug. You know what the card for the season pass is gonna be? Yeah, Gwen Spider or whatever she's called, Ghost Spider.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So it's plus 12 here. Yeah, you have to shove a bunch of cards that, like, aren't actually move cards into the deck to be somewhat competitive into Galactus Grindel. Why not Spider-Man left? We get to Tanya the Bar. I think that's just too cheeky. I think that's just too cheeky. I guess I guess they have priority. Maybe that's fine. Maybe Titania Bar's the play. I don't know. My play beats them, like, having a way to interact with the location. Morning, old man. Sergeant Phoenix, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Bye, bud. Poor Craven. I'm gonna move Nightcrawler over into deep space here, so that way if we draw Miles, we can go Spider-Man plus Miles next turn. I ruined their pixel thing. Oh gosh, I missed that they were a pixel enjoyer on top of being a move deck. Oh. God, they're hideous shit. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Approximately 5 hours until Twitch Rivals starts. You're gonna be hanging out, doing some Marvel Snap-a-lapping between now and then. Oh, I forgot to move Jeff for the sake of making Miles cheaper. That's fine though, right? I can't do anything. Cards have no texture.
Victory.
Hey. The purpose of Invisible Limited Bounce. Invisible Limited Bounce lets you hide your Kitty Pride on turn 5 when they're going to wave you, so she doesn't come back to your hand. It also lets you put valuable 1-drops under there. It helps you throw priorities, so you can dodge Killmongers and Shang-Chi's. No, the tournament will start and finish tonight. The weird thing that I played in that was like a multi-week tournament for people that are newer to card games, that was very atypical and not the typical tournament sting. Generally speaking, tournaments start and finish in a single day. I'm mostly just planning to play decks today before Rivals that I might play if we make the finals. So I'm gonna play this for a little bit, and then I've got a couple other things I want to play some games with. Try and lock the left here. Yes, we get to collaborate with the teammate during deck building. Yeah, by moving Jeff, do I want just Spider-Man, Kitty, and Enchantress next turn? Probably. I'm trying to decide where I want to put him.
Spider-Man here.
That Jeff Gold background. He is, yeah. Yeah, Kitty does lose a power here before going back to hand. but I needed to not play Kitty left because I didn't want to pull Titania back out here. So now we could do this, which puts them to 11, and this puts us to 11, 16. Oh, you know what? I want to Kitty Pride here as opposed to Miles. I want to beat Doctor Doom in the Dark Dimension. This will put us to 13, 18. Yeah.
Victory.
Watching the last game of this morning's video was funny. Have you considered doing a blooper reveal video where you post bad beats? Yeah, I've thought about doing that before. I should really make a point to try that at some point. Lots of retreats for opponents today. Yeah, most games of Marvel Snap ended retreat. Like probably 2/3 or more if people are trying to play competitively. Yes, that's true. Spider-Man results in more retreating. It's an accurate statement. Do I want Angela to be bigger or do I want Kitty Pryde to be bigger? I think I Kitty Pryde because I don't have another 2-drop here. Obviously, we're 50% to be able to draw an okay 2-drop, but I think without a 2-drop guaranteed here, I Kitty on 2 to then Angela Kitty on 3.
Wind, aid my hand.
That's a little unfortunate. Okay, I think we're just done with the flooding at this point then, right? There's just like Kitty into Green Goblin here, Spider-Man into Kitty here, and then we play for Deep Space on the last turn. Oh, yeah, I guess the 2 points that Angela is free. No, I just messed that up. Yeah, we're kind of dead to Modok, unfortunately. Well, they don't have Modok. Okay, so he's here, there's a chance. Go left! Think that'll do. AJ? Thanks for the 3 months in advance. I plan to be here, Staplap, but thanks for keeping me around. Can you explain the Titania Green Goblin play? I have trouble recognizing board states where I can execute it. Basically, anytime your opponent has 2 things in a given path, playing Titania plus Green Goblin there is good. Because if they don't play anything into that path, Titania and Green Goblin jump across, and then you can grab the Titania back later on turn 6. Or if they play one thing there, your Goblin jumps across and still fills the location. Yes, Wolverine can be destroyed in Deep Space. So if like they Galactus somewhere else or a Destroyer comes down. Chat, I have 2 Spider-Man splits, and I have enough boosters to split this twice. Do we go for the 4th split ink? I think we go for the 4th split ink. Send me your energy, chat. We need it. We need it. See, for the season pass variant, I think I like this one better. So this one can't be ink. This is only the 3rd split, We have enough boosters and credits to go again here. I think the black suit is better. Okay, now chat's making me doubt myself. I gotta go look down. This one is the upcoming one, right? And this one is fine. And this is another one coming up in a bundle. I think this is my favorite one. This one's not terrible. I don't know that these are bad, but I like this one. I like the suit colorings in this one. I'm gonna go for the gun here. You storm deep space. You cannot. The anime one screams $100. Listen, so long as they put it at $100 with collector's tokens, I'd be happy to give them some money.
Shiny logo.
All right, chat, this is it. We hit the 10%. You're only 10% to get inked. And there's no chance for gold on a fourth split. So, I asked, and I'm allowed to use my own account for Rivals. So they're giving players full accounts if they need them, but my account is full, so we're gonna play on my account with my variants and my splits. All right, chat, hit me, dealer. Could be worse. Could be worse. We start saving up to go again. Sedge. Chat didn't believe hard enough. Why would you leave me out to dry in this manner, chat? What did I ever do to you? That's fine. Our next split will have a chance for gold. I hit fifth split gold on Jeff, so I did not split Hulk. I didn't have enough currency to split Hulk enough times. And I want a Spider-Man split more than a Hulk split. Hey, Fredwick, thank you for the over 5.5 years. Welcome back. Luke's bar. That's fine. If I had to pick between having a good Jeff variant or having a good Jeff split and having a good Spider-Man split, I'd pick having a good Jeff split every time. They're not Thanos.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Interesting that they Thored first. Good beat for them, hitting Doctor Doom. I think we're gonna be dead here, unfortunately. Direct challenge matches aren't impacted by future locations. Okay, so we do this, and we hope that 14's enough to win the left. Because Jane's gonna stay in the bar because she's drawing 2 zeros for them.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
If it wasn't for Deep Space, we'd be... Well, I guess we could lose if it was Deep Space. They could Thor plus.
Face the might of Asgard.
Oh, we knew about...
To me.
Wait, we're good though, right? Because the waft doesn't trigger? 6, slim margin. Slim margin. I was like, we knew about this lineup. But we can also count to know that's less than 14. This was a slick play on their part, playing the Thor into here initially, to then play it out here to hammer it later. Won it by a little bit, but that was a really good setup for them. It is a solid Thor split. That is ordinary, Harry. I always have a hard time keeping track of people that have different names. If you're looking for another excellent Marvel Snap creator to check out, chat, make sure you give Harry a follow. He's live in the mornings before I go live and a little bit into my stream as well. I often have Marvel Snap streams on while I'm doing stuff around the house or getting stuff done in the mornings while I'm getting the kids out the door. He is frequently my morning go-to. Yes, cards retain their names inside of Deep Space. Do you think the Pro Bundle is a good purchase considering the new time bundles we have? The Pro Bundle is a good purchase if you are someone that is looking to get Series 3 complete faster. But in general, the Pro Bundle has worse collector token EV than a lot of other stuff. It's so weird to me, the confidence with which other people will go on the internet and lie. Is Harry banned on this channel? No, chat. Harry's not banned on this channel. The person I just shouted out and frequently shouted out has literally never been banned on this channel. I can scroll up. Looks like he was timed out once, has been banned 0 times, and there's no mod comments, and he's been following since July 20th, 2022. And we literally rated Harry's channel yesterday, too. Dear God, please give me the confidence with which motherfuckers go and lie on the internet outright. It's such a strange thing that it'll just never make sense to me as a person that people just go on the internet and post outright fucking lies. Outright lies that are easy. Yeah, that too, right? Like it's not even just an outright lie, it's an outright lie that is easily verifiably wrong. We got you, Maverick. I want to move Jeff. So Spider-Man is cheaper. I think we Kitty plus Enchantress here. Pull Zabu's ability off. Oh, chat! Oh, chat! Call the fucking ambulance, but not for me. Woohoo! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, that's the good stuff right there. I mean, that was the only place they could play the Sarah, right? Was there? We could get Killmongered here, is worth noting. I think I'm doing like this. I don't want to play Kitty Middle because then we get Shang-Chi'd there. I think I do this and spread out to play for all three. It could honestly be right to play Spider-Man here to play around Killmonger on the left in the Dark Dimension. That's close though. There's a few different ways this could play out fine. Namor! Opponent's a spicy gamer.
Victory.
That was almost assuredly I'm an infinite and don't care about Cube Stain. I will say this style of deck is just like super satisfying to play well. There's a ton of little micro decisions. You've got good interaction. Definitely my favorite style of Marvel Snap deck to play. Not like full control, but a little bit of quality disruption. This is a good snap from the opponent. I'm gonna hang because we're infinite, but Nebula is actually low-key really good with Murray Isle because now I'm under pressure to play in 2 locations simultaneously, which is quite strong from them. Where I get my overlay from. So the actual like PNG that I'm using for, well, with Kiln here, we're just punting this now. The actual like PNG, like this part of the overlay, I have a management team that has a graphics person on staff that made that for me. But as for like the cutting everything up part, so the different components appear separately like that, I did that myself. It utilizes a feature called image masks inside of OBS. I was about to say we're in a good spot because we get to Spider-Man in the center, but that's no longer the case now, unfortunately. No chance this second dinner will make a Hoagland of the shark variant. I just need like a bearded shark, like my emote. Doesn't need to specifically be a Hoagland one. I think this Cosmo is gonna get us here, unfortunately, because we had to punt here. My avatar is one from a beta season pass. No one has any idea about when any cards downgrade anymore. They changed it so it's inconsistent how that happens now. Oh, this is 1828. I think we're just in here.
Escape.
Afternoon move flex. All right, I think I actually want to play. So, I had this deck built before the feature location happened. We played a few games with it at the end of last week, and it felt pretty good, but it's also in a Tuba Century deck, so it like happens to be pretty okay into the current feature location too. Everybody playing in Twitch Rivals will be broadcasting their perspective of it as a requirement of the tournament. Hey, Goat! Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. space is right, can we sentry on it? No, you cannot. It is a great Atuma variant. You're not wrong. The matches will definitely be overlapping. I think we could call it a day here.
Escape.
No, you cannot interact with deep space. All the cards on reveals don't happen there. Dipsy McStagger, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Oh god, these locations. I am planning to stream straight through Twitch Rivals this evening. We're gonna be doing mostly Marvel Snap between now and then, but we are going to take an hour to do a sponsored segment for Genshin Impact today. For those that aren't aware, Genshin has a full TCG inside of their RPG client. And they've even been hosting a series of tournaments for the different regions that have a total of a total $50,000 prize pool. So I'm gonna be checking their latest card game stuff out today. I like making this play on the right every time because we're super far behind, so we need a good break to be able to win this game, and I think this 1-3 is our chance to have the game break in a way that's good for us, so we just gotta take it. I think taking that 1-3 is more likely to win us the game than just playing out without taking it. Yeah, if you're missing Viper, Carnage is probably the best sub. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. We'll pick Hood back up, and then we'll Viper the Hood across somewhere else. Is this the best Sentry deck? I would wager we don't know what the best Sentry deck is. I don't think that's something anybody's working on. Now, noteworthy interaction. Invisible Woman saves lives, including Atuma here. If we put Atuma underneath Invisible Woman, he will not blow up. They could be Galactus, yes. Not Galactus. They could be negative Galactus. Yeah, that's true. I think I'm playing hard for the center because I can move them on the last turn, and I don't want them to draw cards if I can avoid it.
I am Iron Man.
Move Cosmo to stop Mystique. That's an interesting thought. I don't hate that. It doesn't work? I have priority. It should work, right? It should work because I have priority. I don't know. Let's find out. I'm pretty sure this works, though.
Kneel before Galactus.
I just love how there's like all this deep, interesting thinking and back and forth and decisions, and then it's just like, and Galactus. Cool, good. I think I Vipering, it's so close.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's a real shame we can't play Demon here too because of the icebox and pick it up. Thanks for the Prime Sneak in. Appreciate the emotional support. I think we're Zabuing, right? Because Kitty is free. And then next turn I can Arbor a Tuba Kitty. Did they just like expect me not to play? Like what was the plan here? Like how did we think this was gonna like there's miniaturized lab and flooded zone. Like I literally like it's the only play we can make. Oh, rip. God, that's fucking good for them. Hey, Bobo. Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back.
Wind, aid my hand.
That's a tough one. Can I compete on the left? This gives me +8, +12, +14, +15. Plus I play like 2 or 3 more out of the last turn. I don't know. I think I'm too far committed here. I think I just have to go hard to the left. I think we're fine, right? This is +3 here. I go to 21. And then they put me, yeah, I think we just have to, I think once Bishop and Angela are here, I just have to full ship it and just be like, yes, we are winning here. What does Invisible Woman provide here? She saves lives, chat. So Invisible Woman does 2 things for this deck. The first is that Atuma underneath Invisible Woman does not die when he reveals at the end of the game. The second is that you can put Kitty underneath Invisible Woman if you suspect your opponent is going to wave you on turn 5, so that way she doesn't bounce back to your hand. So she has direct synergy with Atuma, and then she offers counterplay into Wave with Kitty Pryde. Yes, you could also slide Sentry under Invisible Woman and then fill the right side before he flips up at the end of the game. Yes, helps your demons and your kitties dodge Killmonger in the final moments as well. She also, importantly, helps you manage priority, because the things underneath Invisible Woman aren't adding their power to the board. This is another important thing that she does. Oh my gosh, I was wondering how we're supposed to sequence here with the super flow. Makes it real easy on turn 2 Bishop. Yeah, that's true too. This deck's a little bit off meta, so you might get people doing silly things like Cosmoing your Invisible Empath. Any Living Tribunal today? No, I'm only playing decks that I think are solid, that I could reasonably play in Rivals. I think this is on the short list. I liked it. I'll try a couple other things too. Devilish Kitty to the top of my list, but mostly just gonna play good decks today. I don't think I want to bounce Bishop to my hand with Beast, and I think I want to get Angela going. So I think we just do this, unfortunately. Ooh, that's a great draw. So I get to go Kitty, Hood, Beast here in the middle. This means I miss my draw step next turn, but I think that's fine. Because I'm going to go plus a demon and then plus these three. Crystal Killmonger, our opponent's cooking. So I really like Kitty Shuri as a deck, but I don't want to play something that's cold to Galactus today in the tournament. Because I think there's a good chance that whoever we're playing in the finals brings Galactus. If we make the finals. I think people that make the finals have a decent probability of playing Galactus. You point me to some of the Shuri Kitty lists. Yeah, I highlighted a Shuri Kitty list in my best deck video. You prefer Shuri Kitty with High Evolutionary or the other version? I actually don't know. I don't think I've played enough of either to really have a strong opinion on it. Yeah, I told Jim if he's comfortable playing Galactus, he can play Galactus. Jim said he had never net decked while playing Stat before. He'd mostly just been playing casually, so told him he should follow his heart. Well, that complicates the Sentry line. Any cards did you guess I don't have variants for? I have variants for most cards. A lot of the ones I don't have variants for are random newer cards. That's true. Our Viper is a professional. For those of you at home wondering, this is an 11-time split gold Viper. She is a trained professional. Do not try this at home. I saw Watsy ban some stuff in Standard, including Fable the Mirror Break, and I was like, that card's still legal? Yeah, that was my response too. I was shocked that cards that were problematic last time I was playing were still problematic. This could be a lose the Nexus, win the game angle here for us, potentially. Oh, Infinite will get us. Yeah, they pass. It's totally Infinite, isn't it? Oh, we are so close to lose the Nexus, win the game. Infinite's a good shot. I just wasn't even thinking about that, but they're totally hella, so Infinite's in their output range. Needed a little bit more. Hey, Syllabi, thanks for sending your Prime back this way again. Looks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. We'll find out if they're vipering or beasting. Okay, they're bouncing. Mr. Kelly, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Gavin with the quarter of a year as well. Who's a good boy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah, definitely, OTC. Yeah, anybody can rebroadcast any of the Twitch rivals. There's the main Twitch rivals channel too. So if you're not playing in rivals, you can rebroadcast the main channel as well. And this deck is playing Armor and Cosmo to kind of set up our own stuff. Cosmo stops Sentry from making a Void if we don't want one. And like Armor protects the Tuba, but they're also hate cards too. Valk as a top end. I think Valk's really awkward in general right now. I think Beast is very good. Let's actually go Hood middle. Says local man about to be deep spaced. And then we'll beast it, and then we'll Viper Hood here later. Oh, that's awkward. Yikes. Punished. Punished. Does Deep Space work with Patreon? It does not. I glance at the unbanned requests while we're streaming periodically, chat. And we just had an unbanned request, which I approved for the record. Of someone who we fragged because they said Jane Jaw was dead when they nerfed Lockjaw, which just makes me extra smile because like that deck is one of the best decks right now. That's just like super funny. God, these locations suck shit. You can't play this right even with Deep Space because there's a play restriction. It still has text in my hand. I guess my play to win line is like fill this so we can then Sentry, but it's not great for the home team. I would buy that Valk is good into Lockjaw, sure. I just don't really have room to play a Valk on curve in this deck. I also don't have a lot of ways to break Valk symmetry. Locations have been annoying lately, the worst part of the game. I mostly just don't really like the feature location system. I don't think I've ever really enjoyed that facet of it. So Sentry is plus 13 here, putting us to 20. Demon is plus 1 here, putting us to 21. Demon is plus 6 here, putting us to 15. So we're up 3, and we're up 5. So we're up 8, so you only need to put 9 power into play to beat us. Which is probably likely. One of these is Ebony Boy, I assume. Feature locations are actually 50%. Some used to be 40 and some used to be 60. When they changed them to 24 hours, they changed them all to 50%. Well, to Second Dinner's credit, they did walk back a bunch of the restricted locations in the last OTA, right? They pulled 3 of them out. Like, I think Deep Space will be another fine location when it's not just like half your games. So this card is restricting in a very different way, though. You can play your cards into it at least. The feature be active for rivals. No, feature locations never impact direct challenges. Leave this clear for now in case we draw a Viper or a Beast. This is definitely a snap angle. The question is when we snap. I think we're actually not supposed to snap on the Invisible Woman charm, so it makes it like more apparent that we're snapping their Invisible Woman. Morbius currently has 2 points because Black Cat was discarded, so it's not -2. Shadow Mechanist, thanks for the brand new Prime. Happy Wednesday. This is a 6-drop here. going on, Tinder? Thank you for the brand new Prime as well. Sure.
Victory.
And anybody told you how boss your Sentry variant is today? I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. Half the reason we're playing this deck is because of the Sentry and the Atuma variants. They need some time in the sun. They're good. They're good pieces of artwork. Are they 1,200 gold variants? Yes. I don't know what optimal sequencing looks like with these 4 cards in my opener, chat. JK, the optimal sequencing is play Kitty Pryde every turn. I have no more questions. They're a Kitty Pryde variant. I actually really just like the base Kitty Pryde variant. I think it's super good. Nimrod! Alright, Galactus me daddy. Rats. They can't Galactus this turn, shit. They're setting up Nimrod. They're setting up Galactus for the last turn. Oh, they could Galactus because of Titan. No, but they want a Nimrod first, right? They technically could because of Titan, but they're doing this first. Oh, we don't have priority. I did fuck up having priority because of the hood.
Opponent snapped.
Galactus is 44. This is more than 44, right? Lose the Destroyer. This beats Destroyer. No, because I don't have Oh yeah, I should leave this because of my Nimrod. Oh, I actually should have left 2, right? Because my demon is smaller. Yeah. It's fine. We still won. But yeah, I missed 3 points of power here. They didn't Galactus right, because if they Galactus right, they only get 1 Nimrod. They could have leveled us and played Galactus right though and won. We did lose to Galactus, right? Because the locations destroy left to right. So they need to destroy the location at with the first Nimrod, so it goes here so that it jumps here. We also lost this game to a Destroyer, right? If they would have played Destroyer middle, it would have been 30, and I had less than 30, and then their Nimrod would have won, right? So, like, we won that game, but we also just won a coin flip. And they could have also just had Destroyer to win 100% of the time. Norzies, thank you for the Prime support. Appreciate that. Thanks for the tree fitty. The Sauron deck is really good. I don't know what you mean when you say the Sauron deck. There isn't really an established Sauron deck. Angela into the mines. 6 split, too. The Shuri deck that plays Sora. And again, there isn't really an established Shuri deck playing Sora. We've all been there. We've all been there. Sometimes that's just how it be. Yeah, in my opinion, the best Shuri deck is not a Sauron deck. Besides protecting a Tuba, what is Invisible Woman's role here? She hides Kitty from Killmongers and from waves. No, I'm going to stream right through when the tournament starts. We're going to take a pseudo-sponsored break to check out Genshin TCG in the middle. If you want an easy way to support my content, hanging out for the whole stream today is a great way to do that. But yeah, I'm planning to be live through the end of Twitch Rivals. Does Kitty come back to hand behind Invisible? And does not. Does Diablo 4 interest me at all? All day Friday, I will be streaming Diablo 4. I'm unsure. Usually my metrics for non-card games are a little bit worse because the core of my audience is card gamers, but Diablo is a big enough, exciting enough release that maybe they'll be okay. We're gonna do at least one day and see how it goes. I'm gonna start with Druid. I have a group of friends that we're gonna play, have a full 4 group. Playing on Friday. Talked some of the adults in my life into taking the day off of work to join me. Yeah, we'll have drops enabled for Diablo. Iron Man, Spider-Man, are they Cerebro 3? They must be Cerebro 3, huh? I don't think we quite have enough stats to beat them, unfortunately. The new Pokemon TCG client officially released. Is it still a disaster? Last I checked it on that one, the common consensus was the new Pokemon TCG client was a disaster. Is Rivals supposed to have a less experienced teammate? Yes, the initial rules for Twitch Rivals was each team was only allowed to have one person on it that has obtained infinite rank at any point. Those rules got mucked up a little bit, and one of the teams ended up having 2 very experienced good players on it, which is unfortunate, but they said we just have to deal, basically. So Dara, and Nina are definitely the favorites to win the tournament today, but it's a card game with variants, so we'll see how it goes. How does the team aspect work for the tournament? You play your matches separately, but your results are combined together in terms of determining where your team finishes. No, there's no coaching. You play your game simultaneously. Yeah, I mean, my teammate's a very experienced card game player. He's only played Snap casually, but he's played a ton of actual card games over the years. I really don't want Kitty to end up in deep space, so I'm going to play her to the bridge as a little bit of a gamble rather than the danger room here. My teammate is Jim Davis. He's a Magic the Gathering player. He played at the Magic World Championships this past year. Yes, Dara and Nina are regular Marvel Snap content creators that are both infinite every season. They are very, very good at the game. Yes, 4 p.m. cornfield time for the start today. Yes, Dara and Dexter are both in the non-captain bracket. The captains are me, Nina, Nicolina, Cryptarian, Kibler, and then one of the fighting game players. I'm not familiar with either of their content, so. Did I say cornfield time? I did say cornfield time. Yeah, the last turn, I'm going to get to play Invisible Woman over here with a card underneath her. And that card will survive to win Rickety Bridge for us, which is great. Yeah, the format for the tournament's actually really sweet. Because every round people are building new decks, which is nice. Yes, Kibler's partner is Tom Bartel, another old Magic player. Is Rickety Bridge one of those ones like Hollow where it destroys face-down cards too? I don't know. Let's find out. Does Jim have a full collection? He does not, but everybody is given a fully unlocked account for the event today. Prize pool seems huge. It is the largest prize pool Marvel Snap tournament held to date. 10,000 USD in total. Shout out to Samsung for the sponsorship. It does, in fact, destroy face-down cards. Die! This is one of those things where Marvel Snap is so wildly inconsistent because, for reference, if you have Invisible Woman in play and you play Destroyer, Destroyer doesn't kill face-down cards under Invisible Woman. So why Rickety Bridge and Hala destroy face-down cards? I'm sure someone's gonna come in here and give me a technically actually of why they think it makes sense, but intuitively, those two things should not work differently. We could have Beasted and Invisible. And sure, I mostly wanted to see if Rickety Bridge killed face-down cards. Because this bridge is way stronger than the Destroyer. Oh, this is wrong to play Kitty Pride here. I should play Kitty right, because if this is Deep Space, I don't believe she comes back. Oh, now we have a little bit of a gamble, though. I have to decide, do I want to risk Kitty into Deep Space, or do I want to put Vibranium in my deck? I think I'd rather risk Deep Space. Nice, nailed it. We played Hood in the middle, so that way, if we spike Viper, we can send that across when it's nice and tiny. How do I feel about getting this one down here? I think I'm into it. It does lower Viper odds, that's true. Means we have to play for left and right harder. Oh, I wasn't thinking about them being a wave deck, and I should have been. I think we're probably dead either way, just because I'm a little bit too far behind on board. But yeah, this is another reason why I certainly won't play this deck if we make the grand finals. I think the bounce decks, anything with Beast is basically a bad tournament deck because of your polarized matchups into both Galactus and these turn 5 wave decks. I am concerned with Conquest rolling out that the metagame inside of the tournament and Conquest is going to be a lot more narrow than the latter metagame is. Because you basically can't afford to play anything that has a polarized matchup into a tech card. Yes, everybody playing in the tournament today is required to stream their matches, chat. Good boy. Good boy. And then Cosmo stops Sentry from putting a thing into play here. Someone in chat said, with that statement, you're assuming that everybody's going to be playing the sweaty decks. No, I'm assuming that at least one of your opponents over the course of a tournament is going to be playing a sweaty deck. Not everyone, at least one. And assuming you'll hit your polarized matchup once or twice over a given tournament run is not unreasonable. I mean, if you're playing a double or, God forbid, single elimination tournament, you basically can't be afford to play a deck that's going to be, you know, 10 or 15 or 20% or whatever your super low chance of winning is just when the deck screen loads up.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
All systems go.
They're gonna spin the wheel on the left again. This would put me +3 up to 30, and then 2 more to 32. So I'm beating most things. Let me just like spread out here. Am I better off playing Zabu and Beast? Kinda. So, Zabu and Beast mean that I don't get to 32 over here. I only get to 31. And if I don't get to 32, I can't tie a Hulk flipping out of here. Although I guess I had unused energy, so maybe I'm not tying a Hulk anyways. There goes Gaming. Thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. Streamer 5 deck you highlighted didn't have Stegram, but Rockslide seems okay enough. Rockslide's fine. You could also play like Nightcrawler or Jeff as another way to enable Miles Morales in the deck for cheaper. Yikes. Oof. Well, if this is deep space over here.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think I'm playing Zabu here, if only for the sake of needing the space. Emote only mode's not perfect, but you can't really disable card-specific emotes. It's not a setting on Twitch. I also think it's a lot of effort to try and communicate with that, so it's probably fine. Yeah, you gotta remember, chat. Marvel, the Twitch Rivals is not like the pinnacle of competitive stuff, right? Like, I get that there's a prize pool with money from the sponsor, but at its core, this is a more casual, for fun thing, prize money aside. Like, the pricing in total is fairly flat, all things considered. Everybody's getting money just for showing up. It's a PR tournament for sure. I'm gonna let you in on esports' dirty little secret, chat. All tournaments are PR tournaments. Esports is what we like to call a loss leader in the biz. PR stands for public relations. Means it's about advertising more than anything.
Victory.
Why did Tuma survive in the Dark Dimension that last game? The same reason we're playing Invisible Woman in the deck. So Atuma blows himself up at the end of the turn. Dark Dimension and Invisible Woman reveal after the end of the turn. What's the beer for Living Tribunal Day? It's like maybe fine inside of Lockjaw, but definitely not a very powerful card in general. There is a Living Tribunal highlight up on the Hoaglandia Snap channel this morning. In fact, I'm pretty sure because it's a video covering a new Series 5 card that's not super popular, it's doing terrible, so if you want to help my metrics, click the Hoaglandia Snap channel and give it a thumbs up and some watch time. Appreciate y'all. This deck looks like it has a decent Galactus matchup. It has a fine Galactus matchup. It's a little rough into turn 5 wave, though. This beats Doctor Doom. It probably beats like a Magneto and stuff too, right? Because they go to 19 and we'd go to 16. I guess we'd tie a Magneto. So this deck having Sentry and Atuma are both good into the current feature. We were playing this deck a little bit before the feature location hit. I think it's pretty solid. It's got a good core of good cards. Cosmo and Armor give you like a scotch of interaction, while we also have a variety of things that put big stats into play. Viper's technically a disruptive angle too. Cosmo, the one location where they have honor reveals. Woohoo! We certainly are, chat. We certainly are. Cosmoing the location we have honor reveals. So, hold on, let me close their stream real quick. We might need her to hide a Tuba. I don't really have anything good to beast back, so I'm gonna throw him into Vormir here. Sorry, bud. There are 6 teams of 2 for Twitch Rivals, and you play your games simultaneously. Your combined records are what determine who makes what. It's actually interesting. So Deep Space is like kind of okay with Sentry, but it's also like actively bad for Sentry when it ends up on the right with Viper. What time is Genshin TCG? I think we'll start Genshin TCG in probably about 45 minutes. Is my plan. If you haven't checked out the Genshin card game before, or you just want an easy way to support my content with your view, hang out for that. We're going to be streaming all the way through Rivals today, and we'll swap back over to Stappa after we play Genshin for an hour or so. It could be Cerebro 2. Scroll would be a weird one in Cerebro 2, though, because there's a lot of ongoing bonuses that would make Scroll break their Cerebro benefit. Whoa. Close. Atuma is not ongoing, no. Atuma is just, this has text, so we're sort of like Daredevil. Alright, we'll play this one for a little over an hour. Kick over to something else for a little bit before our last leg before Genshin. What do I do? Shuri Kitty's probably. This is probably pretty solid into the feature, huh? you. Maybe they'll reality stone the dream dimension for us. Okay. Okay, Elysium offsets nicely. Well, shit. Alright, and She-Hulk is actually the best draw in our deck. Because now we can go full soak into the Sunspot. We're a little short here, aren't we? Taskmaster's 15. Yeah, that doesn't win us the game though, right? I need one more on the left. Yes, 15. 15 gets us the mid by 1. The invisible woman chat means I can't play anything else. This doesn't win the tiebreaker, I don't think, because this means I only grab 14 here. We're short a tiebreaker no matter how I cut it. I can be up 1 here, tied here, or I can be up here, tied here. And here I'm only going to be up by 14, 16, and they're already at 17 over here. Really close game. Yes, Spectrum could also be their last card, which makes the middle 6 larger. We'd gamble on Taskmaster for the tunnel and getting it back out. Yeah, but then how do I win either of the other 2 paths? You have to play 2 cards in the tunnel to get the same one back out. You move Vision right. I'm guessing you can't move him out. That is correct. Oh, do we think they're a Shang-Chi deck? They could also just be a big Hulk deck. Get you later, variable.
It's clobbering time.
I should kitty in case of arrow. I mean, if they arrow us mid, the 14 power Taskmaster still beats that, right? So it's fine. GG opponent. Lost the coin flip here. Matsabala! Thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Yeah, we've been really bad at drawing kitty so far. We can fight a Taskmaster, though. We just have Leg, Shuri, Red Skull, Under Armor into Taskmaster.
This land can never be fully known.
No, usually I only do rival stuff for games that I'm playing Matsubala. So this is like the probably 6th or 7th Twitch Rivals tournament I played in. They did a few of them for Magic the Gathering back in the day, and then I played Pokemon Unite one at one point. There were 3 or 4 for Magic. This is my 5th or 6th. Zero interest in playing Weird World games. Yes, I did win a Magic Twitch Rivals. And my team got 2nd in the Pokemon Unite Rivals. Although, the 2nd place in the Pokemon Unite Rivals is actually a little bit of a salty story, because we had something similar to what happened with the Snap Rivals, where the team that won dropped a player that had almost no experience playing the game, and they got to replace them with someone that was a consistently top-ranked player, which was real jacked up. By streaming the tournament. Yes, everybody playing in the tournament is required to stream it.
Victory.
Fucking retreat. The retreat later gamers at Infinite just kill me, chat. Like, what are we doing with our lives? This is where we're at. Oh. I'm gonna play Druid on Friday for a Diablo stream. You didn't want the early access. Friday is the early access. Releases Thursday night for early access. It just releases during a time period when I'm not normally streaming. And there's potential server issues and logging queues right when it releases, so. How many hours do I have in Marvel Snap? Over 1,000. I have streamed, actually, I've streamed Marvel Snap for a little over a year now. Because May 26th was my first Marvel Snap stream. And I've streamed 1,236 hours of Marvel Snap in the last calendar year. Probably another 100 or so off stream. Do I track wins or losses with my most successful deck? So, contrary to what she told you during undergrad, size matters. And I don't keep track of my individual win rates with decks because my sample size is small and it's bad and I feel bad when I look at it. So, just pretend that it doesn't exist. When I wanna look at data to have a data-driven perspective on what may or may not be good, I want to look at larger data samples. One of the most common misconceptions among people that don't have a lot of experience dissecting data is they think that a small amount of bad data is better than no data. And that really couldn't be further from the truth. You are much worse off looking at a small amount of bad data than you are having no information. This will tie here if they play nothing, which I think is fine. Enchantress them left. People always like to ask when I say I don't generate a relevant sample size. Well, Jeff, what constitutes a relevant sample size? Hundreds of games. There is a reason why when you go on untapped.gg, any sample size that's under 200 games has a low sample size warning on it. And honestly, even 200's on the low size. There's so much variation in games of Marvel Snap. Like, you know, think about how much location variance there is in the game, and think about how many games you need to play to realistically balance out to get some type of average amount of location variance. And that's even before you consider things like, you know, variance in your draws, and the opponents you're playing against, and the decks they're playing. Speaking of untapped data, it's been a second since we've looked. So, in my opinion, 70 to 99, looking at player ranks on Marvel Snap, these data here, is where it kind of gets the sweatiest and is the most competitive. So this is usually the snapshot I like to look at. It is not a coincidence that this control archetype featuring Storm and Spider-Man is one of the most played decks, because those cards give you a lot of play into Galactus that is popular. Another important thing to note here is that this grouping on High Evolutionary as of yet is kind of not good. So there's some High Evolutionary decks in the other categories, but there's also kind of multiple High Evolutionary decks in here. Like, I think under a perfect setting, like this Lockjaw deck and this deck are not grouped in the same category. It's also worth pointing out that High Evolutionary is still just the shiny new thing. When we looked at these stats a few days ago, High Evolutionary was almost 30%, but it's down to 21 now because there's less of it now that people have been playing with it and it's not the new shiny thing. Same thing with Kitty Pryde. Bounce decks were like north of 20% on here at one point, if I recall correctly, when everybody got a free copy of Kitty Pride. So is High Evolutionary too good? Is it too popular? This really isn't a question we'll be able to answer until we get like the next data reset, when we get a patch or something, and see how much High Evolutionary is being played in a setting where it's not the shiny new thing. In contrast to that, we could know that this Galactus play rate is obnoxious, and even Second Dinner has said this is above their thresholds for where they like in their data as well, because this deck has consistently been 10+% for over a month now in these untapped sets. So you're not just looking at one data point, you're looking at, okay, what is the data over time in the context of it? Yeah, the Stature deck is currently suffering from what always happens, which is people always put down a deck after it gets nerfed, regardless of how good or bad it actually is post-nerf. And this is another thing too when it comes to looking at the data on Untapped, that I've talked to the Untapped people, but I genuinely don't know what a good solution to this problem is. I think when you have a deck like this, and the most popular version of that deck has drastically different stats than the grouping as a whole, I think that's problematic for the grouping when it comes to talking about this from a tier list perspective. Because this tier list is like automatically generated based on particular data points. But like it depends on like the groupings for the data being sane, right? Because like if you look at this, 0.24 actually puts this almost up towards Sarah control. Although it's also true, a lot of these most popular variations are better than what the average is. This one's up by a good amount too. I didn't notice that. But like this, the Stature deck in particular, this one's over double what the grouping is. There was a lot of complaining in my YouTube comments on the OTA update, saying that the Stature Black Bolt change killed this deck, and it's so satisfying to see that me telling those people to stop whining about it was a accurate good take. People just automatically throw their toys away when they're slightly worse than they were before, but it turns out when you take all the best toys and you make them a little bit worse, they're still really good toys. No, this does not include any pre-nerf numbers. This is all data since the Black Bolt Stature OTA. Every time there's a meaningful shift in the metagame, untapped shifts. Lockjaw. Here's one where the sample deck is actually dead on what this is here, huh? Are there other variations that are better or worse? So click into here. Some of these are smaller samples have better stats. %, of decks having High Evolutionary is not insanely high. And actually, for what it's worth, it's more than 21%, because there's High Evolutionary decks hiding in this control category, and there's High Evolutionary decks hiding in the Lockjaw category too. And again, these stats include the first couple days after release, when it was just like super popular because it was the new shiny toy. What's the best deck in my opinion on the existing archetypes? I have just the video for you. If you're ever wondering what my opinions on the current best decks are, you can always come into my chat and type !best, and you'll get a video with me talking about my thoughts on the best things. Speaking of high Evo, let's try the high Evo build to Shirt Kitty a little bit. The non-high Evo build was flopping around for me a touch. This one's got some backup plans. Was Iron Lad really 25%, Metsu? I don't recall it being that high. I don't remember explicitly looking either, but Anecdotally, I did not play against that much Iron Lad on stream. Mojo World on the Nebula path works out for us. Is the deep space gonna mess with the rival events? No, featured locations never impact direct challenge mode.
Wind, aid my hand.
Or I think it's just dropping She-Hulk here. I think I'm into it. If I want to buy the season pass, should I get the remaining or save for the next? If you could only get the current season pass or the next one, unless you really love move decks, I think Nebula is probably a better card. She definitely goes in more decks than the upcoming June pass. I'll have a full review of all the cards releasing in June, posted on my YouTube Friday. Tomorrow is going to be an updated Series 4-5 tier list, and then Friday will be June card review. So Untapped actually has a mobile tracker now. So if you're someone who's a mobile player, you could use the Untapped tracker still. Oh, my deck has a bunch of mediocre draws in it. I don't really want to Magic because it makes their Nebula better. Want to draw Hulk here. Easy game. Easy game. We're +9 and then +3. +12 here. Even beating a Doctor Doom. Yes, the Untapped mobile tracker is for Android only. iOS does not give you access to the files on your own device for a tracker to work. So the mobile tracker doesn't have an overlay like this. It just tracks your individual stats and your collection status. Oh shoot, I forgot the Wasp wasn't gonna work with Cage, but that's fine. We still tied Doombot. And we win the breaker. So the actual tracker features doesn't cost anything on Untapped. The only thing that's monetized on Untapped is getting access to the global data like I shift through on stream. So if you just want something on PC that's tracking your individual cards, or something on PC or mobile that's tracking your overall game and play stats, Untapped is completely free for that. And it's completely free because the data that you're doing gets aggregated into the global data that people then pay for. A verified link to an Android version. Yeah, if you click on my affiliate tracker link there, or my affiliate Untapped link in chat, there's an Android download thing there. Wasp didn't trigger because they had Luke Cage. Honestly, I'm just going to pass here on 2, make my Hulk huge for Sinister London. How's the stick feel? We've played this build a little bit. It's one of my favorite high evolutionary decks. Where's Did I highlight with this one? I highlighted with something close to this relatively recently. You don't have priority here, unfortunately, which means that they have Galactus left. They to get rid of Archeries. I think I just leave on any wave step if I'm cold to Galactus. Just pay them their 1 cube to fuck off and leave. I want to play Kitty Pryde to the right here because of the feature location. If Deep Space flips up in the center, she'd get stuck there. I want her to come back to hand. That's true. If you install the Untap tracker using my link for the first time, I do get a little bit of a kickback for that. I get one US dollar for new PC users and 50 cents for Android users. Hashtag sponsored, hashtag capitalism. There will never be a tracker app for iOS. Apple thinks if you own one of their products, you are a little baby that needs to be protected from yourself. And honestly, having met some of you, they're probably not wrong. Whoo! They wave comboed us. But we set up magic. Magic is a great kind of counter to that. We'll put Taskmaster here, and then we're hoping to draw Hulk next turn. What's Invisible Woman doing this? You can play Taskmaster under Invisible Woman, so that way you can play Hulk on turn 6, and then Taskmaster flips up and copies Hulk. You can also hide Kitty under Invisible Woman if you think you're going to get waved. Should you buy your namesake, or should you buy Galactus? It is a tough sell for me to ever suggest anybody buy a not permanent Series 5 card over a permanent Series 5 card. Permanent Series 5 cards are the best use of your resources. Unfortunately, 12 is not going to be enough to get us across the finish line here. Is this enough to get us across the finish line here? Maybe. Good enough to stay for a cube. This could be a 6-drop here too. Yeah, Didge. Close. Yes, I think they have a Mac OS link for Untapped now too. I think. Yeah, Mac OS if it doesn't have one. Yeah, Untapped has one for Mac OS. I thought that was the case. Yeah, it's specifically your OS X or Mac OS or whatever it's called these days. It's a fine operating system. It's just a clean GUI on a Unix core. You have control over your hardware and software still for the most part. Well, I guess not control over your hardware. You do need mostly hardware with Apple-approved chips in it. But at a software level, you have control of most things. I talk about my math and data background a lot because it's directly applicable to what I do here with games. But in a former life during undergrad and most of grad school, I helped maintain a Linux distribution, an Ubuntu fork. Contributed to a number of open source projects. If you look back on my GitHub page, there's code there that hasn't been touched in a long time. Guessing based on your Magic background, you're not nervous about the Rivals Tournament at all. Nah, not at all. I've lost more money in single matches of Magic than the entirety of the prize pool of Twitch Rivals is, so. Not to mention the total prize pool is like relatively flat. Like everybody gets something for showing up. Ebula and Lizard into Mojo World. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for him here. Do you think this snap means that they're about to I think this snap means they're gonna Professor X the right? This scream Professor X to anybody else? I think it screams Professor X to me. It could be Wave too. Could be Wave. I think it screams Professor X though. Let's do this and see. They did nothing? That's interesting. The do nothing surprises me a little. Oh, I should have played She-Hulk last for Taskmaster. Yeah, that's fair. All right, if I lose because I'm 5 on the left instead of 9, it's my fault. What is your opinion on UX designers that make decisions based on qualitative research with a limit on 5 to 10 people? I'm gonna do something that more people should do more frequently and tell you that I'm not informed on that topic and I don't have an opinion on it. All right, so we would have won if I would have sequenced my cards right on turn 5. Looks like we were playing a pseudo mirror here. Yeah, if I would have ended She-Hulk, we would have been 9 over here. Shuri right, Kitty left. They nerfed Shuri CrossFit. I also can't play Kitty left because of Crimson Cosmos, but the Shuri nerf also means it doesn't work that way anymore. What's the top of my current variant hunt list? A Kitty Pride variant, I think, is my number 1. I'm still desperately missing a, the Angela variant I've been in search of forever, but I want Kitty Pride more than anything. If only because I'm still using base art for her like some kind of pleb. I wouldn't say no to the Angela, but I want the Kitty Pride more than the Angela at this point. I think the Kitty I want's actually only 700, if I recall correctly. Okay, this is definitely a punt the kill angle. We'll go Kitty Pride into Kitty Pride Shuri into Kitty Pride Taskmaster. None of the She-Hulk variants I want are currently in the game. I think the Archer one is fine, but I really want the Peach Momoko She-Hulk, so I split this base art to inked because I don't know when the variants I want are coming out. Super rewarded for punting center here. And now here, I'm playing the Shuri after the Kitty because I want Kitty to come back to my hand and replay out to double as 20. Is the reasoning for the sequencing. If I wanted flexibility on where I'm playing Kitty 2, I would make a 16 power Kitty this turn and then have an 18 power to replay next turn. But because I know I'm playing for left and right here, I'd rather just have more stats because I don't need the flexibility. There's no way the Hitmonkey deck is about to wave me, right? There's some question of if 22 is enough to win over here. I think I'm throwing the 23rd just in case. The real Mysterio could realistically be anywhere here. They played hard for the center, so it could even be there. Yeah, just leaving. I mean, the Killmonger didn't really matter, right? They were never going to have an opportunity to kill Kitty because how priority works. Ooh. If you play Shuri and then play to a different lane under Invisibilement and then play to the Shuri lane, you get the Shuri bonus. You do, XPs, yeah. It's one of the kind of combos you run with this deck on occasion. It's my favorite card. Probably Kitty Pryde, honestly. She's very, very sweet. Would bother you that people impersonate you on the ladder? I think it's weird. Especially considering most of the people that do the impersonating on the ladder are people that are like doing things that I explicitly dislike about the game. It's a weird, weird persona. Like the two common people that are using Jeff Hoagland as a handle on Marvel Snap, one of them is a serial Galactus player and the other just plays pixel variants. I guess the magic is kind of good for them, bad for us, huh? Well, this is solid. I go Taskmaster into Shuri into Hulk, and then Taskmaster copies the Hulk. Pick up 2. So Hulk will be 34 for Taskmaster to copy here. Yeah, I probably would have snapped the turn we drew the Hulk if I wasn't an infinite and didn't care. We get Spider-Man though. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This deck's actually, so we played this deck in the first few days after High Evolutionary released, and that control variation that we were playing into just now has really gotten popular. And it probably means that this deck's just not good. As long as that deck is super popular. Yeah, the Spider-Man Storm variation is really popular in part due to the fact that it has the best counterplay into Galactus. Seems good. I think we vibe on the Misty. To be able to play her into the Lockjaw path next turn. I guess I could play her into the Lockjaw path this turn. And then full soak, and then we have Hulk plus She-Hulk. Or like She-Hulk plus Doctor Doom. And Chavez is actually a solid hit here, because it means we could draw another cheap card like that. This is 1 in 3 to hit Infinite to win the left. We're winning the center with Hulk. It just me, are people really bad at snapping still? I mean, if you look at where people are, if you look at like the sweaty band data on Untapped, I think the data there definitely implies people are pretty reasonable at snapping. Chris, okay, we need Infinite, so 33%. Rip. Wait, she could go left on the Misty Knight now. Never a lucky rubber ducky. Wow, even if we went right on the Misty Knight, we're still gonna lose. We did that Infinite. Hey, Broken Wings, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. For those that are bad at time zones, Twitch Rivals starts in 3 hours from now. Appreciate everybody hanging out before the show starts. You'll be able to find me broadcasting my perspective of Twitch Rivals here on this channel. I'm gonna be streaming straight through it. You'll be able to see everybody else in the tournament broadcasting their perspectives on their own channels, and then twitch.tv/Twitch Rivals will have a main broadcast with 3 folks doing commentary over the top of the various streams that are going on. No delay for the tournament today. Jim Davis, MTG, is a world-class Magic the Gathering player. He played at the Magic World Championships last year. He's had success on their independent and official circuits off and on over the last number of years. He was someone that was playing in Star City Games tournaments a decade ago when I was playing in those. All right, and this is one of my favorite things. I think this is my favorite thing here, is we get to play this on here, and then we'll pass on 5, and then get to She-Hulk and Infinite on 6. You can't talk? No, you can talk and give commentary. I'll probably give a little bit less commentary while I'm more focused on the gameplay, but you're not disallowed from talking. I believe we have died, chat. Yeah, you kind of needed Sunspot earlier. I didn't do any coaching with Jim at all. He's played the game casually up to like rank 70 or so, he said. And he's collection level like 4,000 or so. But I was We have to, so all of the Swiss rounds for the Rivals tournament, we do deck building with different challenges before each round, but each team needs to have a deck list pre-ready in case they make the grand finals. So we like talked loosely about a couple of decks. He had never net decked before because he just like pokes at the game on his phone. He was like, the perfect, if given the requirement of I had to pick a teammate that wasn't infinite ever before, like, I don't know that I could have found a teammate better than someone like Jim. Like, excellent TCG player and just, like, has played the game but not quite enough to hit the top rank is kind of ideal. You wouldn't say collection level 4,000 or rank 70 is casual. For a card game player of Jim's level, it's very, very casual. Jim Davis is significantly better at card games than most people. Also, collection level doesn't really dictate how casual or not you are, because you just acquire collection level for playing, you don't acquire collection level for winning. I think the way this has worked out with Shocker hitting here, it's actually just like She-Hulk into Doctor Doom here, huh? Yes, yeah, we're talking about Jim Davis, the professional Magic player. Jim Davis MTG is his handle here on Twitch. Feel like we're dead. Don't think this holds in the middle. Yeah. Wow, they just Titania in middle. It's a bold Titania. We'd have gotten him with the Wasp. Maybe I should have Wasp middle simply because it was 3 points in the middle. Can see that. I guess it depends on your definition of casual, but I think we agree that just buying monthly passes and not playing enough to hit infinite fits that definition. I agree, Fire Chief. Any reasonable definition of casual, that fits it. How am I liking this hot location? Better than some, worse than others. This is the person who is typically playing the Wave Psylocke combo with Wong. They were playing that earlier today when we queued into them. Does Jim still play Magic? Yeah, he makes Magic content as his full-time job. He recently played at whatever the equivalent of their Pro Tour or whatever is. I'm not sure what they're called these days. I think they've rebranded them at various points, and I don't keep up, but it's your opinion that the game's become tougher since they introduced infinite versus infinite only matchmaking. I think that's objectively true. And I said that would happen. They're called Pro Tours again, and he was undefeated on the first day. Yeah, I saw that on my Twitters. On the Twitters. Ooh, this is fun. So we hit the Sunspot incidentally out of Lockjaw. Then we drew Wasp too. That's great. Okay, so we full soak 6 here. And then next year we get to go Infinite, She-Hulk plus Wasp can't play high. We don't have amazing hits in play high. I guess Doom's pretty good. We're not gonna be able to play for the center though. Although I guess I can, with the Lockjaw change, we actually can play for center because I can go Wasp into She-Hulk bit if I wanted. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Do. Alright, I guess I should play Round Wave. Rip. I think it's Odin. Infinoff beats Odin. We're beating Magneto too, because he pulls the dog over. Yeah, fill up your new bots, but my board is bigger than yours. Look at 20. What a beauty. What a beauty stat line, chat. 20.
Victory.
Oh, I did say this was the wave player at the start of the game too. Yeah, my brain just disappears in between because I'm talking to chat. It's part of the reason why chat will be off and I won't be talking as much when we play the tournament stuff. It's so much more difficult to play and talk simultaneously. Is Hulk not buffing at the end intended? No, that's a bug. That is confirmed to be a bug. Okay, chat, for the next hour, we're going to be switching back over to Snap in a little bit, but for the next hour, we're going to be checking out Genshin Impact's card game. So for people that aren't aware, they have a full in-client card game that's accessible on their PC, PlayStation, and mobile releases. I play a ton of Genshin Impact. I'm AR57. I've played a good bit of the card game as well. They actually have a gauntlet mode for the card game in the client right now, so I'm going to go ahead and jump on in and play some of that with the deck that I have put together. Genshin is genuinely a very good RPG game if you haven't played it before. I do dailies almost every day off stream. And then this is a sponsored segment for them via the Twitch bounty board. So whenever it comes up on there, I like to give a chance to play it. If you haven't seen Genshin before, the non-card game gameplay of it is a third-person RPG game where you have 4 characters on your team that you switch between for third-person combat. I did not realize there was an update I had to download. I'll let that verify real quick and we'll jump in. Raiden and Nadia are short. I did see they added some new cards. I haven't done all of the cards yet. So the card game, you can't just buy the cards outright. You have to actually play the game. The audacity. Yeah, the pacing for the card game isn't quite as fast as Snap, but it's probably more comparable to something like Magic. And it's got very unique gameplay. So there's a dice rolling mechanic that you use as part of the resource system, and then each deck has 3 characters in it, and the combat is your characters are fighting their characters, similar to how the actual RPG game works. It's a very good top-down design for the card game. Yeah, for the card unlocks, I assume usually you just have to battle the person whose card it is, right? Is Chow strong? I looked through the list of cards. Chow looked like he could maybe be awkward. But if he's good, Chow's one of my favorite characters. I think I'm gonna triple crown my actual Chow in the RPG aspect. I got 2 on him already. He's one of my favorite things. If you're one of the regulars and you want an easy way to support, just hang out for the next hour. We'll be switching back to Snap after. Board games, kids games? I think it's kids games. All right, and we're in. Fly or something in my office. What's crowning mean? Crowning means you're investing an extra resource to get the skill all the way to the top. There's a limited number of those you get over time. Also, for the more competitive-minded players, if you check this out and play enough to get into the card game, they're actually holding a series of TCG tournaments over the summer. There's a series of them coming up for every region, June 6th through the 11th, I believe, and they have a $50,000 cash prize pool for each region. Genshin reinvests a lot into the actual game. All right, let's jump to where the TCG stuff is. I played Wingspan. I have not.
Boring.
We gotta walk over to the Cat's Tail bar where we play the TCG at. You play it at the pub, chat. All right, and they added, I haven't done this Arena of Champions is, it's kind of like a gauntlet. You play until you win 5 times or lose 3 times and you're out. I haven't done this yet. Ooh, that found me a opponent instantly there. Okay, so this deck is looking to set up, you have a partial mulligan at the start of the game. So I can mulligan cards out that I'm not looking for. This deck's looking to set up a combo with my character named Ganyu to kind of set up a big swing to burst them all down at the very end. And this card helps me build up energy towards my ultimates that help with that. And then a bow is a power-up piece of equipment for her. Now, the resource system in this game, you start by you have to put a character up front. I always lead on Kokome.
Take heart. Victory will be ours.
So generally speaking, you only attack the characters that are up front, but there are some things that hit characters in the back. So you roll, yes, you can turn slow mode off while we are in the sponsored segment, thank you. So you need elemental dice of the types that your characters are to a degree to use their attacks, but during the setup phase, you're also just looking for dice that are the same type. So I'm gonna keep these 3 Dendro dice here, because my cards here just need 3 of the same color to play them out. So Paimon here gives us 2 extra wild card dice for the next 2 rounds. So you basically spend 3 dice to get 4 wild card down the line. This is 1 wild, I'm gonna move my camera here a little bit so you see my resources. This is 1 wild card dice, then 2 yellow, 1 blue, and 1 light blue. Okay, so I've got, when the turn cycle back and forth, this is a real person, so I'm a little bit of a timer here. We'll explain more in a second. Let's put this on Ganyu. Gives her a bow upgrade that lets her hit harder. And then I'm going to go ahead and play this out for 1 energy. And then this says when I switch to a character, they gain an energy if they don't have one. So I'm going to spend my last die to switch my character here.
May knowledge guide.
And you can take play as many cards you want in a turn, and then switch or attacking ends your turn and passes the priority back to your opponent. Well, I guess it's more of a priority pass than an end turn. And then how it works is whoever says, okay, I'm done doing stuff for the round, they start first the second time through.
I see everything.
Okay, so they used her skill, which passes priority back to me. This does 2 damage and then applies a seeds. The target already has the seeds. It applies to all instead. After any character who has the seeds takes elemental damage, it deals extra everything else. Okay, so now I'm going to end my round, which means I start first in the next round. So you kind of gain priority by ending first in the previous round. The kind of setup that this deck is going for is I want to use Chao's ultimate here, the Rain Cutter, and then switch to Ganyu and have her start using her piercing arrows. So I'm gonna get 2 wild card dice from Paimon here, but ideally I want to Rain Screen and Rain Cutter this turn, so I'm gonna need a lot of water dice for those ideally. Well, we might be able to get to just the ultimate if we draw the right card. I'm gonna re-roll all of these ones that aren't water or cryo. You can also use turn cards in your hand to convert these into other colors. So you kind of mitigate some of the variance from die rolls by playing cards out. I have a card in my deck that gives my character an energy directly. So I'm going to go ahead and play this to draw 2 cards to see if we can hit the one that gives me an energy. Oh wait, this is the one that draws an end of turn, right? I mixed that up. Huh? I guess we'll just do this.
Red
My hand's
outlines
awkward,
your
though.
fate.
I thought that was going to give me a, And now I attack, so priority passes back to them. I like the Genshin card game. I think it's really solid. And they had a card that let them switch as a fast action here. Yay, summoned this. End deals an electro damage. I think we'll play this out, and then honestly, I think I'm just letting my other 3 resources go unused here, and we'll just end the round so we have priority going into next turn. I didn't want to burn all my cards converting these. This is another human here. Against an AI, there's not a timer. So there's not a ranked ladder for the card game, but there is matchmaking where you can queue into other players. And then there's like a almost Slay the Spire-esque single player component where you can play against AIs to earn prizes and other cards. You get most of the cards you get in the game are acquired by just playing the game. Okay, so we're starting first here because we ended first last round. At this point, I'm looking for cryo dice and water dice. Am I playing any cards out from my hand? I already played a bow. I might play Catherine, but she just needs 1 at random. Yeah, I think I'm actually just rerolling everything that's not water or cryo. We're probably going to start turning cards into filtering here at this point. That could be worse. We have 2 Omni dice from our other card that we had played. And then I'm going to go ahead and Rain Cutter here.
Rain Cutter.
And Rain Cutter makes it so my regular attacks on my character hit for extra damage now, essentially. You both characters roll their own sets of dice. So you have 1 dice pool for everything that you're doing. Slow mode should be off silence. I think one of the other mods took it off. Okay, they switched to Kale. Now, Catherine here makes it so I could perform character switches as a fast action. So I could do this. I could switch to Ganyu. And now we're kind of set up to get my combo going at this point. This card lets my big attack happen for my Frostflake arrow hits all their stuff, but I need 5 cryo for this. So I'm gonna elemental tuning, turn these cards to turn these lightnings into cryo. And then we'll play this, and you can see it's gonna use all my dice, and it's gonna hit Kale for 6 and each of these for 2. And more importantly, it's going to apply Cryo and Hydro to Kale, which means she's going to get frozen out of taking a turn. So if they want to do something, they're going to have to burn a dice switching to someone else. They did a phenomenal job in this game with the top-down design of translating, like, the actual RPG gameplay to a card game setting. I think they did fantastic with it. They've still got 8 elemental dice here. I'd be surprised if they could kill Ganyu, but I'm not super familiar with everything that the card game has in it. So we'll see if they can get us or not. Yeah, they're down to 2 dice here, so we should be good to go. And then I ended my turn, so I get to start by attacking next turn. So we're gonna get to open on a Frostflake arrow that's gonna like put their lead character in the ground here. Are there elemental combos? Yes, yeah. All of the elemental combos that you have in the real game are also in the TCG. And you can see here the characters in the game even build up ultimate attacks like they do in... Just looking for Frost Ice at this point. Like they do in the RPG. This is my draw 2, right? Let's do that to start, see what we get. So Paimon for later, and another draw 2. I need to elemental tune 1 card to get Ganyu's ultimate. I could Celestial Shower, which deals 3 cryo damage plus 1 to all opposing characters. I think I'd rather Frostflake, though. That'll finish her before she can build her... The dots represent their work towards their ultimate. Need Elemental Tune, though, to do this. Oh, I should have saved my water. I'm going to play this to heal. Heal my people. And then we have to Elemental Tune. I guess I could draw with this first. I have 6 dice total here. I only need 5 to attack, so let's do this and see what we grab. And then I don't need another Catherine, so we'll take her and we'll Elemental Tune this into a Cryo, and we'll lead on the Frostflake arrow. I already have this equipped, right? Yeah, so we can just do this. And then that finishes them up. And now, even at this point, if they manage to KO Ganyu, like, these characters are chunky enough that we should be able to finish off what they have going on here. Hey, Kami, never knew there was a Genshin card game, but it was always in the game. No, they added this one. They added it shortly after I started playing, so probably about 5 or 6 months ago at this point. Yes, most traditional TCG archetypes seem like they translate into the card game recently. There's this deck that we're playing is kind of a combo deck, the way it tries to set up Ganyu with something like Xingqiu's ultimate on it. You know, I think I messed up. I said I could burn the dice to draw a card because I didn't need it, but I should have saved that extra dice. Oh wait, this lets me switch, right? Next time you're 4 kill your fast action. Yes, spend 1 less elemental life. So I'm out of dice. But I could do this and switch to Ganyu here for free, which is good. Or switch to Kokome here for free, because Ganyu is dying. And that was a free action because we have Catherine. It was our first switch, so we'll end the round. So we'll get to start by attacking next turn. Genshin, Galactus, and Ponzo end, right?
Show them.
Yeah, if you haven't played Genshin in a little while, they add a ton of content every year. They're down to 1 dice. And then we basically just need 5 ice dice to win the game next turn. Because we'll switch to Ganyu as a fax action, then we'll open on her attack that hits the thing in the back too. Cookie Monster, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. And we have more than enough cards to filter to that. I love Genshin. I play it basically every day off stream. My stream metrics for it are a good bit lower than stat. Usually we have like 800 to 1,000 people when we do Genshin for a little bit, so I mostly only do it on stream when we have sponsored stuff, but I always take the opportunity to do it when it comes up as a sponsored thing, so I do really like the game. Yeah, I haven't played, I don't do Star Rail every day, but Star Rail's been my go-to mobile game lately.
The fun is
I do most of my Genshin as my my couch game sitting on my PlayStation. All right, that's our first win. Hopefully we can get all the way through these. So we need to get 5 wins before we lose 3 times. Yes, Genshin has a lot more content than Star Rail, for sure. I'm sure Star Rail will build up over time. We're going to do some Diablo 4 on Friday after it releases. Again, for my opening hand, I'm mostly looking for things that power up my starting units, like this bow. There's a few power-ups that make Ganyu more powerful. We always lead on Kokome. Kokome is basically this deck's face tank while we get Ganyu and Chao set up. Our starting set of dice, it doesn't matter if we have off-color ones, so we're just looking for ways to play our bonuses out here. So we'll keep these 3 that are the same, and we'll re-roll these other ones. This is the card game inside of Genshin Impact, Genshin's TCG. Which is a passive. After your other characters use Elemental Verse, gain a Resolve. When the character to which this is attached to uses Secret Art, consume all Resolve and deal 1 damage per. Seems pretty good. It's called Genius Invocation TCG. Yeah, technically. Let's draw 2 and see what we get to start. At end of turn. I think this is going to be a draw 2 more and then play out 2 bonuses here. So this makes it so my Ganyu needs less dice for her attack, and then we'll put this bow on her, and then we'll end the round, so we get to start next round first. The only things that pass priority during a round are switching your character if you don't have something that makes it a fast action, or attacking. They added Amos's bow for Ganyu. Oh, what does that one do? I'll have to go look. Can I just buy that one with coins, or do I need to play an AI for it? Francos, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Just coins. Okay, I'll have to check the shop after this. And coins. Coins are a currency you get just for playing. It's a bunch of cryo dice. You can buy all the cards that are not new characters with coins. Okay, cool. And for those that are new, coins are a currency that you get for playing the game. They're not something that you purchase with money. Honestly, I'm just trying to set up Sing-Q at this point. I might full reroll here, honestly. Looking for Hydro Dice. Not quite ready to start using Ganyu yet. Alright, we missed on Hydro Dice, but we got 4 wildcard dice. That's great. Thanks for the over 3 years, Atheros. Appreciate it. Okay, so I think we go... This lets us draw 2 cards at the end of the turn. And then this gives us an extra energy at the end of the turn. And then this lets me switch characters as a fast action. So I can then switch to Chao.
Never die.
And then Chao could use his Rain Cutter here, which gives me a charge towards my ultimate. And then at the end of the turn, this will give me a charge for my ultimate. And then next turn, we can open on his ultimate. I'll end here, so we'll get to start next turn. The gameplay in the TCG is really good. I really hope that they consider getting a standalone client for this thing at some point. Because you do have to play a lot of the RPG to get to the TCG gameplay. It's like AR 32, I think. Draw cards. This gets a charge. Okay, so we need 3 Hydro Dice to get Sing-Q's ultimate out. Yeah, actually, I thought of that too. I wonder if a paper variation of the card game could be something in the cards as well. Because they don't have any digital-only designs. Every card they've designed so far, you could print out and play in paper. Okay, so let's do Paimon here to get 2 wildcard dice. And then we'll go ahead and use his ultimate. And then if they KO him, we can put Ganyu up and get going with Ganyu. So his ultimate again gives my next 3 regular attacks on any character bonus damage.
Nothing lasts forever. I am outplayed.
I'll
What are
happily
my
set
orders?
Ganyu as the active here. Oh, I forgot Ganyu has the other thing on her that makes her first attack cheaper, so this is perfect. So this not only does 6, 2, and 2, but it also freezes their primary character here. What would a digital-only design be? Just something that's not physically possible in paper. Something that's, like, impossible to track. Yes, Twitch Rivals for Snap starts in 2.5 hours. I don't think they could do anything with just 2 dice here, right? So I think I just end. I guess we could play Catherine and then end. I just want to make sure that we're attacking first going into the next round. Yeah, so they also just ended, which is great for us. So now we're just looking for Frost Dice with Ginyu. You're rolling all of these ones that are not ice. This actually just KOs this and does a whole truckload. Okay, so I think I want to do this to heal my people first, though. Oh, I could have done this to get a free Hydra dice. Oops, mistakes were made. Let's go ahead and Elemental Tune this one. And then this not only KOs Yaomiko here, but it also freezes Kokome here. So if they want to get her ultimate popped off, they're going to have to rotate her in and out again here. Okay, and then I have 3 dice, and we actually have her ultimate ready to go, so we'll do this to grab these, to convert these to randoms, and then we'll go ahead and Elemental Tune this one. And then we'll hit this, which does 4 and 1.
Detached from the world.
And then at the end of turn, this is actually just going to KO their thing.
Must learn from my mistakes.
So we've been in Genshin for like 27 minutes, and we had to wait for it to load up. So each game of the TCG has been about 10, 12 minutes. So not quite as fast as Snap, but also not too long either. Ooh, these are a bunch of new cards here. Vente, Shenhei, and Chao. And I need to take one of the weekends a little while back. I sat down and like farmed a bunch of the cards. I was gonna check for Amos's bow. No, these are other humans we're playing against. You have to play against AI opponents to collect the character cards. Like, to get Chao's cards, you have to beat Chao in the game. Is a fun way that it works. Gosh, I might take a full look at here. I'm going to keep Catherine for the fast switching. And we're just, like, looking for things that power my stuff up at the start. Crown is good. And always leading on Kokome. She's our face tank while we set up the rest of them. How many cards are in a deck? There's 3 character cards and then 30 other cards, I believe. You can have up to 2 copies of each card. Yeah. Look at that. I remembered. Again, just looking for dice that have similar symbols on them, because we just need cards with dice with overlapping symbols to play our power-ups. So we have Cryo and Hydro dice, which are like the types of the characters in this deck, but like that's not super relevant when we're first starting here. This actually works out pretty well. So I get to do this, which sets me up to get extra energy on Chow here. And then this lets me switch Chow without having to spend an elemental die.
May knowledge
And
guide
then we'll be able to use his middle attack, Fatal Rain Cutter, with our last 3 dice here. And then he'll gain an energy from this at the end of turn to be set up to start on his ultimate the following turn.
Rain outlines your fate.
And we're ending here, so we'll get priority first going into the next round. Dunyazard. When playing a companion support card, spend 1 less elemental dice once per round. That seems pretty good. Alright, so now we're kind of looking to start attacking. So we're looking for Hydro and Cryo dice specifically. Although I did get a Paimon to kind of set up here too. The people cards, generally speaking, offer support to your characters.
Let me weave you a verse. Do your master's bidding.
And then Ganyu actually has the Blizzard Strayer crown on her, which means her attacks cost 1 less die the first time in a turn. So I could do this, which makes our switch a fast action. So I could switch
What
to
are my
her
orders?
and not give up priority, and then I could Frostflake Arrow and hit here in the back ones. Low-key soldier. It's genuinely very good. And this game is a lot like Snap in that it uses a lot of new space for a card game. It's not just like a Magic the Gathering-esque. Like the actual gameplay space is very unique. In a very good way. All right, and they're starting first because they ended first. So we'll see where they end up with.
Obey!
So I can open on this and KO her, but the question is, will we be able to survive whatever they do after it? Let's start by drawing 2 cards and see if we could grab one of our heals. I would feel better if Ganyu was at 8 rather than 6. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Put Shanae in the ground. Hey, thanks, Sparkles.
No escape from fate.
How many hours does it take to day air 32? Probably double digit. I don't know what the exact count is if you're like trying to min-max it efficiently, but When I play this as a mobile game or Star Rail, it depends on if you like playing, it really depends on if you like playing, like, live action style games as a mobile gamer. So the actual gameplay for the non-TCG part of Genshin is, like, real-time third-person combat. I think I'm just elemental tuning and using Ganyu's ultimate here. We'll freeze Vente and put this down.
Oh, hail.
Cousin Vin, thank you for the almost 5.5 years. Welcome back. I personally like Star Rail better than Genshin on my phone, but I think I like Genshin more overall as a game. They're both good, but if I were to break it down, that would be my loose breakdown. They might KO Ganyu here. Chao and Kakome will hopefully drag us across the finish line. He's got some bonuses. He's got the Icy Cool bonus. If they don't knock out Ganyu here, they're dead next turn. Yeah, they have gain an extra Animo die, so I assume they're gonna knock out Ganyu here. Yep.
My contract goes unfulfilled.
We'll need a strategy.
We'll put Kakome up here. Chao's at 1. This applies Cryo here, which means that if I open on Kakome's Hydro application, we should be good to go. I just need Hydro dice at this point. Right? Yeah. Maybe I should have led on this. I think we just have to do her base attack here, because the healing doesn't do anything until the end of turn, and I really need this frozen, so it can't knock me out. What does his ultimate do?
Time for takeoff. I have taught you everything I know.
I think we're good to go here still, though, right? Because we do this, and then end of turn, Ganyu's ultimate summon knocks out Chao. Because this is frozen still. You get access to the card. You have to play the RPG until you hit AR 32. Wow, what a close game.
Retribution.
literally on one. Looks like Pokemon. I guess, yeah, if you were to draw a parallel, it's probably closest to Pokemon than anything else. Ah, I keep forgetting to check for the bow. We'll go do, I'm gonna write a note now, so I stop forgetting. I'll remember at some point. All of these are terrible. I'd like my power-ups, please. These queue times are wild. Genshin TCG, or Genshin in general is incredibly popular. What happens if you get to 5 wins? You get some kind of prize. Does anybody know offhand? Anybody? There's a few of the Genshin regulars in chat. We have a very active Genshin TCG thread in the subs Discord server. What's the 5-win prize? These are 3 characters that I haven't played against before.
Take heart. Victory will be ours.
Again, not really looking for specific elements so much as just ones that are the same. So I'm even going to keep these 2 here because they play with the wildcard one just fine for our setting up our initial power-ups. Put the bow on Ganyu. Let's put Paimon here. Paimon again spends 3 to get 4 later, basically. We'll play this out, meaning when we switch characters, we gain an elemental charge. This card is one of the reasons why we always start on Kokome too, even though we want to attack with Chao first, because now I switch to Chao, and he gets an energy for switching, and then next turn I only have to attack once before I ultimate with him. This deck almost never attacks on the first turn. It's all set up for the second turn. Whenever your active character receives damage, decrease it by 1. When the usage is depleted, this card will not be discarded. Discard this card, deal a Hydra damage. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it prevents 1 and then it can deal extra damage too. They're setting up D-Luke to one-shot someone. That makes sense, because Hydro plus Pyro is vaporized to get extra damage. Oh, I keep saying Chao. This is Xingqiu. Xingqiu? Is it Xingqiu? Every time I play this game, I pronounce his name wrong. Chat gives me shit. It's Sing like Sing, right? All right, now there is some question of, is he going to survive to get to use his ultimate through an attack here as he's down to 4? His base attack does give him a shield. That might not be enough. I was hoping to draw the card that gave us an energy. We did not find it.
Rain outlines your fate.
I think they kill him before we can get anything going here, and we don't have without her. Yeah.
I am outplayed.
What are my orders?
How do you play this game? This TCG is contained inside of the Genshin TCG client proper. So you play the actual Genshin card game, or actual Genshin RPG to get access to it. Active character for 2. They only have 3. I think I'm just ending here so I can open attacks. Start an attack next turn.
Delve into destiny.
I think we're probably dead here. Getting KO'd before we could get his ultimate off was really unfortunate. I probably could have sequenced around that better. Can you show the gachapon screen for these cards? You actually don't get any of the cards at random. Genshin is a gacha game, but it's only for acquiring characters. For the TCG, you actually have to get all of them via you have to get all of them via just playing the actual card game in game. You earn an in-game currency for acquiring cards that you use for it, but. And then there's other ones like the character cards, like to get Ganyu's card, you have to play and beat Ganyu in a game of cards. Actually, we're gonna go look and buy. Someone said there was a new bow card they released in the last patch that would be decent for this deck, so we're gonna look at that. Yes, the TCG is not currently part of the making money model for the game. But it is very fully fleshed out. Like, the animation quality and the cards and everything are honestly higher quality than a lot of, like, third-party standalone digital card games I've played. I did not have any expectations going into it. It blew me away. Did 8? All right, chat. I think it's retreat time. Let's go find our bow. All right, how do I retreat? Concede. All right, we can lose up to 3. So we're 3 and 1 now. All right. So Prince the cat here sells cards. This character uses a skill that costs at least 5 total elemental dice and energy plus 2 additional damage. How does this work with my card that reduces the elemental dice I spend? Is that even better than Skyward Harp? Because Skyward Harp lets Frostflake deal +1/+, too, right? Because Frostflake counts as a normal attack. I'm actually sure that that's better. So these cards, you can see I have 3650 currency. This is not a paid currency. This is, you have to play the TCG to earn it each week. Are cosmetics for things too when you're playing it a ton. I'm gonna do another one of these. I think we have time for 1 or 2 more of these. We got about 15 minutes left. God, the matchmaking is instantaneous, though. So many people in the queue. It's the last day for this. Yeah, they added a bunch of cards in the most recent patch, because, like, the special event right now is focused on the TCG. We'll keep Paimon. We'll mulligan the rest of these looking for our initial power-ups.
Take heart.
Kome. This is a great hand tier. So we are just looking for dice that match at this point. We're gonna spend all of our dice on power-ups. We won't start attacking until the second turn. Now that's a great roll. They're going first. Yeah, so you could play with 3 different elements in your deck. However, there are a subset of more powerful cards that you can only play if you have 2 characters of the same element in your deck. So I would wager it's probably optimal to have 2 of a single type in most decks. But don't quote me on that. I'm gonna play all these out and just end my round so we can start next turn. Do I plan to play in the Genshin Open tournaments? Yeah, I think I will at some point. Unfortunately, the next series of open tournaments that they're doing for the 50K qualifier are the week I'm on vacation. I will be on vacation from the 7th until the 11th, and the qualifiers are running, I think, like the 6th through the 11th. So I am not around to be able to play in them. Okay, so I'm switching to Syncue. I'm playing this to give him a second energy. I'm ultimating him. I'm probably drawing 2. I might want to play this. I think I'm just rerolling everything that's not the wild in the water. Then we get 2 dice from Paimon here, so I have 10 total dice. Let's go Crown on you. Oh, I guess switching characters takes priority away from me, though. But maybe we draw 2 here and we hit it. I have cards in my deck that make switching characters a fast action. So we'll switch to Xingqiu, which passes priority here. And this, when I switch characters, gives him an energy. And then once they pass priority back, this gives my current character 1 energy, cranking him up to 2. And then we'll get to use his ultimate right away. And this is exactly the kind of setup we're looking for in this deck, where we just like get him out, and we get his ultimate going, and then we just start putting Frostflake arrows into them with Ganyu starting next turn. Will I make YouTube and deck text for Genshin TCG? Probably not quite enough interest in it to do that. My content schedule's pretty full as is, so any stuff I do for this will be either sponsored or just like in my spare time. Because like, I really appreciate everybody hanging out, but I would wager some chunk of the 892 people that are still here are people that are waiting for me to switch back to Snap, and they're just supporting my content. But like, for reference, we had 2,200 people here when we started, when we finished Snap. It's kind of unfortunate that I haven't drawn any of my cards that let me switch as a fast action. Honestly, I might just let Syncue die. I think we just put up. I think we just use the shields here as his first thing. These don't draw cards until the end of turn, right? Yeah.
No, my sword.
So we do this, which puts up a shield, which means that we take less damage, and the shield transfers over. So I'm hoping that they KO. They KO him here. Rats. Ganyu it is.
As per our contract.
As per our contract. So again, Cryo plus Hydro freezes this, so I don't have to worry about them using her ultimate here. I play a ton of this game, Onion. We don't do a ton of stream for it, because it's not quite as popular as the other games that I stream, but Genshin's a ton of fun.
Come on out.
Let's play this out, and then we'll go ahead and... Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do this and just heal her to full. Am I healing her to full, or am I switching? Did they end already? How do I tell if they ended? Opponent used a skill? Oh yeah, there's a game log, chat. So they used a skill. So if I end, I'll get to act first next round, so we can heal. That's fine. Because if they ended already, I would want to switch my character because I don't want Ganyu to get hit. but because they hadn't ended, they used a skill, I'll get to end, and then I'll start by attacking next turn. So managing their priority back and forth here is a thing. And again, at this point, it's just all cryo dice all the way down. We're looking to put them in the ground. We get to start by attacking, so we'll get to freeze Yay here, and then we'll KO. We'll KO Kale on the back. Yes, Raiden Shogun is a card. They added most of the characters have cards at this point. And then they can switch to Tanari. So ultimate deal 4 and then piercing damage to things on standby. Sure. I want to try, I haven't unlocked Shenhe's card yet, but I think there's a chance that Shenhe could be better than Kokome in this deck with Sing and Ginyu.
Let's nip that in the butt.
Need to unlock it though. Wait, excuse me? What just happened? Does that have something to do with this? Ow. Ow. Well, we don't really have another damage dealer, chat.
No need of strategy.
Monka, I think we're dead again. Oof. Well? Yeah, I guess it was the Dendro reaction here with the lightning. That's what the burst was. When you electro Dendro damage, it deals +1. Okay. This does 2. I guess we're doing that. It doesn't sound particularly exciting. They're gonna get to start. They're gonna get to start next turn, which is scary. Yeah, they declared their end of round, so they.
Chivalry will never
Let's
die.
put him up, so he. Oh wait, shit! This is gonna deal a damage to me, right? So I just put him up to die.
I am outplayed.
Yikes. They start here. All right, so I could use this. I think we're dead though. Let's draw 2. Oh, there's a hand size. I didn't realize there was a hand size limit. I guess that makes sense though.
Billowing surge.
They had a card that revives downed allies. Yeah, maybe something like that is something I needed here. Wait, did they just switch? Oh, I'm out of dice though. Am I? Yeah, we are. I don't have any of my. That's unfortunate that there's, I don't know if either of my ones that give me an extra water dice. So, playing my card that drew a card killed us, because otherwise we would have been able to normal attack here and hit them. We probably still die to the follow-up from either of them, but we would have had a better shot if I had not done that. Alright, well, we're 3 and 2. We lose one more and we're done. I don't think we have time to do another one. Battle pass stuff that I did. Oh, I didn't claim my login for the day. Is my resin capped? I can show a little bit of the actual gameplay. My resin's not quite capped yet, but we're gonna cap before Twitch Rivals is done. So let's spend 20 of it here real quick. Show off what some of the actual combat gameplay's like in the RPG. This is the card game for most of it. This is a dungeon run where you spend your energy type mechanic. Although my gameplay is going to be a little bit clunky on the keyboard and mouse. Usually I play on the gamepad on the PlayStation. Your middle character is useless. Like, yeah, I want to try other things for that slot. The middle character is mostly a support character. They released a couple of new characters like Shade that I wanna try in the TCG. Speaking of Shade, I do love Chow. Chow is my only character with 2 crowns currently.
Are you
So the combat is third person in this game, real time, obviously, and most of it has to do with switching through your characters in proper rotations to leverage their abilities and their energy recharge in a way that's efficient. So that way, as you go through the rotations, you use them all and your skills come back up as they go. I've done this dungeon a lot. I am fairly confident that elemental mastery goblets don't exist. I need a 5-star EM elemental mastery goblet for my VV set. I'll do one more.
There you are. Do your master's bidding.
What's the flying thing behind me? Oh, the flying thing behind me was something for some kind of side quest. It's not applicable everywhere.
Punishment. Yeah, judgment. Take your truth.
Can't run from death.
EM goblets are the rarest thing in the game, let alone on set. I've been playing since day 3. I mostly have been eating my 5-star artifacts because I'm always short on artifact experience. Can someone explain how the game story works when pulling for character mechanics? Is the story hidden behind needing to pull rare characters? No. You can access all of the gameplay content without needing characters. So the actual monetization in Genshin is there's these wishes where you can pull towards specific 5 stars and 4 stars in here, and there's a pity system so you guaranteed get them over a certain number of pulls, but the different characters just lend variety in like what your gameplay patterns are. There's no actual real content locked behind them.
Should we really be off work this early?
To show off my series of friends here real quick, I've played a lot of Genshin. That's the last AD. I've not built Nadia yet. I will build Nadia at some point. But I have not. Yeah, I really like Mono Cryopus Thayu. This is a team that I am through. I can't 9-star Abyss 12 yet, but I can like 5 to 6 star it consistently every month. And this is these 4 are one of the teams I use for that. Their stats are very good. All right, shall we get back to Snap-a-lapping? Appreciate everybody that hung out for the sponsored segment here. Let's get back to the Marvel snapping. Yes, the Genshin segment was sponsored through the bounty board. All right, I am actually gonna hit. I know we just did a sponsor thing, but I'm gonna hit a quick 30-second ad roll because I need to step out and use the bathroom anyways. So we'll be doing some Snapple app in here in a little bit. Twitch Rivals starts in about an hour and 50 minutes, if assuming they start on time. Maybe kinda. BRB. Yeah, the current location's, it's okay. It's fine. Speaking of locations, oof. How many tokens can you get with 6k credits? I don't know offhand. I would like all of the sunspots, please. 6k credits is for 480 collection levels is like 1,600 tokens. Or sorry, it's like 2,300 tokens. So it's like, yeah, it's 500 tokens per 48 levels. Is that right? 500 tokens per 48 levels? My numbers are wrong. It's 500 tokens per 48 levels because it's one group of approximately 400 and one group of 100 per 48 levels. Save Wasp for Bridge. I don't know. I think I want to play Wasp into the left here. They have priority. Then we'll full soak here, and then probably just like Hulk plus Doom. Oh yeah, slow, thank you. I was totally in the middle of Genshining when you resubbed. If you're still here, thank you. 71 months and tier 3. Looking forward to seeing you and Jim collab again. It's been a while since you stepped away from Magic. Yeah. Yeah, Jim was someone that someone mentioned me running tournaments for Magic. So Jim was someone that used to do commentary with me for tournament stuff.
Victory.
I prefer Doom over Vision this deck. I think so. They have utility in different spots, but Doom into Lockjaw is pretty good. You scored a drop weird. Oh, do you have your Genshin account linked? I have Genshin drops enabled while we were streaming that. They do drops almost every patch. It's fine, nobody wanted. God bless America. Do I wait a turn to Lockjaw so that way I can keep Nebula smaller? I think so. I need to Psylocke in the middle so that way I can pass on 6 and be able to play both of these on 5. Or pass on 5 and play both of these on 6. No targets! Get out of here! Out! I mean, all things considered, Sunspot's not the worst since I'm planning to, just pass here.
Opponent snapped.
We got to pick our teammates. Each of the captains was instructed we could pick our teammate. They just had to be a Twitch partner or affiliate, and they had to be someone who hadn't previously made Infinite. So they have 2 Swarms, an Apocalypse, and a Chavez. I think unfortunately that means we're dead, right? You tried Tribunal with Lockjaw and Thanos. Not with Thanos, but we tried it with Lockjaw. Infinite was a trap, yeah, basically. There's any way we win no matter how we slice it.
Escaped.
How did Nina and Dara end up together with those roles? Because someone messed up on the back end. And then once it was brought to their attention that they messed up, they just decided not to fix it and let it roll. Which is unfortunate, but it's kind of par for the course with Twitch rivals. I think I'm over this one. I'm gonna do something else.
Escaped.
There are always issues with the teams when I watch Apex Legends Rivals. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a team Twitch Rivals where there weren't issues with balancing the teams. And even I played Twitch Rivals. They did a couple of Twitch Rivals for Magic the Gathering. And even those there were some logistical issues. What was it? There were 3 or 4 Magic Twitch rivals, and one of the problems we had was they didn't require players to submit their deck lists in a particular language. So like there were always a bunch of like random French and Spanish deck lists intermixed with English, and it was open deck list. So you'd like start the round and be a coin flip on if you could actually read your opponent's deck list or not, because there was no standardization. They just like refused to fix it. When I brought it up, they were like, yeah, maybe we'll think about fixing that. So for the rivals after that one, I submitted my deck list in Russian, and they weren't happy with me. I just read it through. I switched the language before I exported it. It's like, all right, you want to not standardize things? We can make this work. Forgot about that. Yeah, they were not happy. Like I didn't start with the malicious route. I suggested first that we standardize it, and when they ignored my request, yeah, that was exactly. I was like, oh, so now you care, huh? Weird, funny how that works. Everyone gets the same price for participating. That is not true. There is a minimum payout regardless of... There's a minimum payout regardless of if you win any matches or not, but the people that do better do win more. We can compete over here on the left, unfortunately. You can't replace Jeff in this deck. You need to play something else. One of the handful of decks that Jeff is pretty important for. Do people get to keep the Samsung phones? No, they are loaners. You gotta give them back after. I think I do this so I don't have priority. And then we have Shang-Chi for next turn.
Opponent snapped.
We can definitely lose this. We'll stay for their boomer stamp, see what they got. I suppose if they like Hulk on the right, I Shang-Chi the Hulk, and then the Sunspot takes the throw root bonus is how this works. Yeah. GG opponent. Little Bobby tables, yep. Sunspot didn't die because it wasn't over 9. 30 minutes to rivals. No, hour and a half till rivals.
This land can never be fully known.
Escaped.
Deep Space doesn't cancel Jeff. Well, if Jeff is in Deep Space and he hasn't moved, he can no longer move. So you really don't. You'll notice I'm not playing Jeff into unknown face down locations right now because of the feature. Typically I would be. But yes, Jeff can get stuck in Deep Space is a thing. A card to be out the next month that looks worth buying over Jeff, just High Evolutionary. Paula actually makes Sinister London Green Goblin a little worse for us. I really don't want to play Daredevil into Sinister London, so I think we gamble the feature location here. I don't think I'm likely to win inside of Hala. Well, they could be punting this one, I suppose. Probably a beast deck, which makes this a bit worse too. Is Jeff being stuck there a feature or a bug? That's a feature for sure. The new location turns Jeff's text off. We have priority here, so if they're planning to beast their hood, they could beast our goblin too, depending on where it hits. I think I'm just playing Enchantress here for the tempo. You find great High Evolutionary decks, including the ones we talked about earlier, or playing earlier, over on the YouTube side. But a few highlights there over the last little bit. So long, Miss Bride. Spooder man. Do 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 do. It's the lowest investment Hollywood I've ever seen, something like that. That game worked out for us. I was not expecting. I think our bounce matchup's a little bit weak. That's also fine. The bounce deck's at a medium position right now is part of the reason I'm not playing it. Kind of a rough beat that. Neither of our 2 cards that enable Miles were in our 6 cards here. I guess we probably just play him on turn 5. It's like turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, and then turn 6. One of these with Kitty. Alright, we have our curve planned out here. Yeah, having Kitty is a godsend at least. Well, the Green Goblin's good, at least. There could be merit to playing the Green Goblin this turn, but I think that's greedy. I think I want to be greedy, I mean. Wave, sure. Or do they have their Doctor Doom? If they have their Doctor Doom, we're just dead. We don't have any way to get into Death's Domain or Altar. Is Switch Rivals supplying accounts with complete cards? They are, for people that need them. I'm just going to play on my account because I want to use my variants and my splits. Sure. Hey, doom on me, I guess. Katie, thank you for the sub gifts. That's super generous. Happy Wednesday. You're built from them. Wave and She-Hulk, Carnage and Hood. Definitely Cook and Leader. Would this be considered a control deck? Yeah, I think what we're playing is technically a control deck. Hey, thanks for the tier 1 as well, Katie. Titania into the deep space. Hate the OP as a Dr. Doom maid, perhaps. Maybe they're just rapidly decomposing. It's the best card to put in deep space. Is it Red Skull? Yeah, maybe. Ebony Maw, perhaps. Okay, and we know they have stature. So I think it's just like this into Gamora middle next turn, right? The real question is, do I need to play into Rickety Bridge? I think so. These decks don't usually play Killmonger, especially with Iron Lad. I think High Evolutionary is one of the 2 best cards you can buy with tokens. Shang-Chi is less likely inside of the Iron Lad builds. Has been my experience. Usually Iron Lad gets fit into these decks at the cost of tech cards, so I think. And usually if they only have room for 1 tech card, people have been favoring Enchantress, although maybe that changes a little bit with the Hulks that have been running around. Yeah, I think my top 3 for token pickups would be High Evolutionary, Thanos, and Jeff. with High Evolutionary and Thanos being some combination of 1 and 2. When you play in Rivals, are you allowed to use trackers? So there aren't any trackers that run on mobile. Everybody playing in Rivals is required to play their games of Marvel Snap from a Samsung mobile device because the tournament is sponsored by Samsung. So I'll be playing from my Z Fold 4. And everybody else that didn't have a Samsung mobile device in their personal stuff is being mailed one to borrow for the tournament. I spent an hour last night resetting up my overlay so my overlay works with the mobile setup. Eat shit, motherfucker! Oh my god, it was a Hub Galactus! Wow! Wow! Hobgoblin stops Hub Galactus. They weren't even a Galactus deck, they're just a wave deck that got a Hub Galactus. LOL.
Spider-Man here.
Yeah, the Z Fold is great. I don't think I could ever go back to using a non-foldable phone. They're just so good. I think we do this because it beats Doctor Doom. I think they're gonna Ultron left. If they Ultron left, they end up at 11 here, so I'm still winning. The foldables are definitely not cheap. That is true. I hemmed and hawed over the price of my Z Fold for a month or so before finally pulling the trigger, but honestly, I use my phone so much, I was just like, yeah, I'll get my dollar's worth out of it. I like the big screens. Chat! It's just been announced in my Twitch Rivals server that apparently there was a mistake and Kang wasn't included on the free accounts that they gave everybody with complete collections, which means unfortunately nobody can play Kang in the tournament today. I shed no tears, and I am not unconvinced that this wasn't intentional. Oh, rats. So anyways. Absolutely heartbreaking. Oh my god, their kitty got stuck in deep space, chat. So fun fact, our opponent actually fucked up here. If you're playing Kitty on 1 and you can't or don't want to play her to the first location, you need to play her to the 3rd with this feature, so she dodges deep space in the middle, because she's guaranteed to come back here because it's a face-down location on turn 2. So, small sequencing thing for Kitty Pride in the current feature. If you can't play her in 1, you need to play her on 3, on turn 1. Chat, they saved Kitty from deep space. Set my kitty free. They probably don't have They probably don't have a way to get into Death's Domain in their deck, right? They could have Beast here is a possibility. Maybe I'm supposed to Titania Goblin here, honestly. I guess they're kidding, so I'm not locking them either way. You could have armor. Yeah, maybe. Armor. There's not usually room for armor in the bounce deck. They played Falcon on the left because they didn't have room in Nova Roma to play Falcon out in. Featured locations are not active inside of the direct challenge game, so it will not impact our rivals tournament today. And again, what we talked about in that last game that our previous opponent messed up, because of Deep Space being the feature, I want to play Kitty to the right, because I can't play her on the left, and I don't want her stuck in Deep Spaces if it's in the middle. And if this is Deep Space, she'll be back to my hand safely before it flips up. I think Enchantress is a good card that's worth playing. I think you're right that she's a little bit worse than she used to be, but I think she's still pretty good. I think it's hard for Enchantress to be too terrible with her 5-point stat line. Yes, Deep Space is in the general pool, so it can be a location that comes up during the tournament, but it doesn't appear at a more frequent rate. Oh, chat, they're gonna have some regrets here on this Viper.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So their Jeff can still move here is noteworthy. My Jeff can still get into Shuri's lab. Oh, they're Luke Cage made by Green Goblin, not be bigger. Yeah. Can't do. Yeah, I'm trying to think through what exactly I want to do here. I think Enchantress the Cage is probably the line, because it gets us 3 more points over here, basically. I don't know what triggers they can't do, but it definitely happens. It's a thing. It is the thing that occurs. What avatar and title will we use to turn? We'll probably just use a different one in every deck like I have been. Please tell me that Daredevil variant is coming back. Yeah, so they announced that all of the closed beta season pass variant stuff will be coming back in $10 packages you could buy for cash only. Because that's what the season passes cost, basically. Is it crazy to Spider-Man the Fist Tower here? I don't think I can compete for the flooding against the storm deck. It could be right, just like Tempo Enchantress here too. Which is the upside to keeping her in the deck, right? Like, sometimes she's just like a turn 4 play.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I think our opponent timed out. Yeah, a disconnect. I think we would have been in a good spot regardless because of Miles Morales. Like, this turn, we would have gone Enchantress plus Titania here, plus Slide Nightcrawler over, and then we would have, like, added Miles left, plus Head Gamora for the right. Let's take a look at what are people playing into this location. It's a lot of hella games with a solid thing. How long till Rivals? Rivals at an hour and 10. Man, a lot of hella gamers. Discard seems like a solid choice into it too, because Apocalypse don't care. Sarah Control still just looking good. Sure, let's be hella gamers. Are you seeing some bounce in the tournament? No, I don't think bounce is a playable deck in competitive in general. Too many turn 5 waves, too many Galactuses, etc. Also, we only pick a deck to play in advance if we make it to the grand finals. Each of the 5 rounds will have a unique deck building requirement that we have. We'll be given 10 minutes to come up with a deck for once the requirement is given. All the players that don't have complete accounts are being given access to complete accounts for the tournament today, yes. Oh, 22! Thanks for the brand new prep. Now you can send your tree fitty to a lot of great different people here on Twitch. Thanks for supporting my content with it this month. I have no idea what the requirements will be like. Hopefully there is something that will encourage a diverse selection of decks. No, it's a single day tournament. I realized that when someone asked that earlier. Unlike the what's it called? The weird multi-day tournament thing that I played in last time is very atypical and was kind of obnoxious, if I'm being honest. Having to change your decks mid-tournament because of balance changes was super inconvenient. Hey, Garrett. That is not the normal what you would expect. All right, chat, time to find out if I'm a real Hella player or not. Can we do it? Hey. Hit me, dealer. We tried Crystalline to get extra draws. I think if you wanted extra draws, you'd rather play Magic than Crystal. That's the TLDR. And these decks usually didn't have room for Magic. You like Jubilee over Dracula, you have another chance at Hella. That's probably not a bad idea. You can play Lad instead of Jubilee. Oh, Lad actually sounds like a great idea. I'd be down to Lad. Does Dracula reanimate with Hella if Hella's under here? How do these end of game effects happen? It's play order. Dracula will go after because Visible was played first. That's awkward. And Matt, thank you for the 54 months. Welcome back. I like the idea of cherry flavored Jubilee in here. Is Dracula the cut? Dracula's probably the cut. We have a ton of good Iron Lad hits here. We have a few not so good ones. We have a ton of good ones as well. You know, we were talking about how Hella probably has the highest win percentage of the game when played and drawn. Do you think Heimdall has the lowest? Like, if you looked at the cards, like, when you draw this and play it, things go poorly, like, Heimdall's probably at the top, right? Living Tribunal's giving him a run for his money. Harsh but fair. Turning Wasp into Jane Foster always seems like cheating. You see any nerfs incoming aside from Galactus? No. Maybe they like tweak a number on something related to High Evolutionary, but otherwise, like, the game's in a pretty good spot. Okay. Okay. Are we good? I think we're good. Outplayed?
Victory.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a discard cards. That's what people were talking about. That's skewing it. We'll do some playing with Star-Lord tomorrow, I think. He doesn't seem great into the feature location. Is Cage Bug with Deep Space? He is, yeah. We're slowly climbing back up, Alex. Doing sponsored stuff takes the viewer count. Usually I do sponsored stuff at the very end of the day. So that way if it tanks, I just sign off. Like we dipped down to like 850 people at the end of the Genshin segment. So we're back up to double where we were. I'm sure we'll creep back towards the 2,000 mark over time. Let me know what camera you're using. I'm using a Canon EOS 90D. gosh. Dude.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Rip. Rip. We're so bad at drawing hella chat. It's interesting that most streamers skip out on the webcam device category and go right for the big boy real deal camera. I mean, I streamed from a Logitech C920 for like years. I avoided buying really real hardware for a long time because I was not entirely convinced that this would be a job that would last for me. to be blunt. Alright, we're gonna draw the hella this time, chat. We missed the last 2 times, so we're due. Have faith. Keep the faith. Easy game. Easy game.
Victory.
Is there a way to set a default title and avatar so I have to click on it every deck? There's not currently. Hopefully that gets added. You try this deck with Living Tribunal. Living Tribunal doesn't solve any problems this deck has. When you draw hella and play hella after discarding, you're really not losing a lot of games. Your problems have to do with not drawing hella or with your opponent disrupting your hella. Your problem isn't that you played hella and then things flipped up in bad locations. That happens, like, occasionally, but it's rare. Hey, Yipes, thanks for the raid. Chat, if you're looking for another great snap creator, we've sent a raid over their way before and they hang out and chat on occasion. Be sure to give them a follow. They do a lot of Marvel snapping on the Twitch side. You need to register for Diablo 4 on Twitch drops. So the regular Twitch drops mod, just anybody that links their Diablo account while streaming will have access to. However, the special you gift 2 subs to a streamer and you get an in-game cosmetic, that was something you had to apply for in advance, and I did not apply for it, or didn't know that it was going to be a thing, or you like had to stream Blizzard games in advance. So I sent a message to their community manager They said they were gonna see what they could make happen, but there's a good chance I won't have that available. Yeah, there's a few people from the fighting game community that have been doing Snap stuff. Two of the players in the Rivals tournaments are fighting game streamers, is my understanding. Snap cast a wide net. There's a lot of people playing this game. Any world where this wins? Going up.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Snapbreaker. Doesn't Diablo release June 6th? If you buy either of the two more expensive versions of Diablo, Alex, you get access to it starting Thursday night. So I'll be streaming Friday morning. Well, I try the DC card game that is coming to. I mean, if it ever releases. The DC card game was supposed to release in October, and then they posted earlier this month that it was going to release this month. So unless they release at some point in the next 9 hours and surprise us, this month's not happening. Stream. Giganto, sure. What's the name of the DC card game? DC Dual Force. It's being made by Cryptozoic, which for the old time card gamers hanging out in chat, it's made by the same parent company, the people that made Hex TCG. We were talking about Twitch drops for Diablo 3 or Diablo 4, not Marvel Snap. No drops for Snap. Unfortunately, we're dead to Galactus. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave. Our deck doesn't have any counterplay there. Yeah, I'm planning to do. I stream Monday through Friday, and I'm planning to do all day on Friday. We're gonna do Diablo 4. If you don't have Iron Lad, you probably play like Jubilee in that slot. Hey, thanks for the sub gifts, Alex. Happy Wednesday to you. Yes, Cryptozoic makes the paper DC deck building game. I'm gonna play Druid on Friday. I've got a group of people that we're gonna play 4 of us in it. I talked some friends into taking the day off of work so we could play together. Ugh, Subterranea. Is Iron Lad in the deck in case you don't draw Hella? Yeah. He's also just like a 4/6, so it's hard to go too wrong with him. Alright, cherry flavored Jubilee. Don't you dare hit Hell Cow.
It's clobbering time.
It's not even just that, board game streams would probably have low metrics. I think it's just incredibly difficult to produce a high quality board game stream. Anybody that tells you Hella is competitive is lying to you. This deck is so awful. You just like... You just like have a chunk of your games where you don't draw hella and you die, and then you have another chunk of your games where you like draw your stuff, but you get disrupted and you die anyways. It's so bad. You can't be both high variance and easily disrupted. It's just kind of like a good stuff deck with Zabu and Hawk. Got wave for turn 5 disruption. I think Ronin is a very reasonable card. Don't trash talk Ronin. No, I don't think Hella's problem is that it doesn't consistently revive at certain locations. Hella's problem is that the deck is bad, because it's inconsistent if you don't draw Hella, and it's easily disrupted even when you do. Is there an OTA happening tomorrow? No, guaranteed no OTA tomorrow. Our next OTA will be on the 8th, and then there will be a patch on the 13th. Yep. I think this is probably fine, right? It's just like Hawk on the right into Wave into Doctor Doom. Hey, Heck Pup! Thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. I don't really want to play any Master Mold Ronin decks during the feature location today. We're a little bit restricted in what we can play. Oh, by the way, to prevent chat from ghosting, because we're not streaming on delays, the chat will be in emote-only mode during the thing. To my moderators, you are not impacted by emote-only mode. If I catch you posting anything other than emotes, you will lose your moderator status. Please don't make me do that. Well, that was a Raph card, right?
Victory.
Surely there will be no Galactus in Rivals. I am fully expecting one or both people on a team to play Galactus if they make the grand final. I expect to see some amount of Galactus in the grand finals. Would be surprised if that was not the case. Man, remember when Squirrel Girl meant that Killmonger was coming? Now I think Patriot's actually the more common. God bless America. What a fucking beat. Fucking Wanda chip. Would you recommend as an alternative for Iron Lad? I have no idea if this deck is good or not. It's something that we're trying out. Iron Lad may or may not be good at it, so replace at your own risk or as you please. Can Jeff move out of deep space? He cannot. He can move into it, though. Shauna Gaming! What a gamer. Sorry, Shauna. We're huge! I would like to dedicate this holla to the people who just asked me if they could replace Iron Lad. Hopefully that answers your question. Guess there's no reason to Jeff left, huh? Maybe I should have rock slided mid to be able to Enchantress plus Hawk here. This is big, we could die. Oh, that qualifies. I guess we were dead either way then, huh? Jeff, they want me to be the first interview for Twitch Rivals, so I need a tech check with them real quick here. So hold on 1 second. Howdy. Hello, I am Jeff. Ooh, how am I gonna share? So OBS has my camera. I guess I could start virtual camera. Does that usually work? Nope, that's giving you all of my OBS. Okay. Yeah, I see your channel. And I could just do this here, and you'll see me. Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you. I assume that a lot of the people that they work with have tech issues with some consistency. How long till Rivals? 40 minutes. Because we had to do a tech check yesterday, and I like logged in. I was like, everything's plugged in and it works. Here's a screen share. They're like, oh. I was like, all right, good. We did it, chat. We're famous now. Thank you for waiting for a moment. Yeah, I had the audio off so you couldn't hear it. I will toggle the audio on in a second. when we do the actual interview. I didn't want the person that was doing the tech check with me to be on stream. Anchor, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Did Dexter ever get his Samsung? I hope so. We'll see. For people that are new to my content and you aren't familiar with my Magic the Gathering days, I held the very coveted title of most SCG Open top 8 while failing to win. So I don't ever expect to win any tournaments that I play, and that's just not how I work. That's perfect, Duck. Thank you. There's Jim. Jim, you've won a few tournaments, right? Your variance is better than mine. I think this ends up being okay for us here still. Who do I think is gonna win? Dara and Nina are strong favorites to win the tournament. I think it's a card game and anybody can win, but they are definitely the favorites. Hey, Galactus.
Kneel before Galactus. Escaped.
Yeah, just ideally silence, just no messages at all. I don't want anybody being like the mods were helping. I vote for Ordinary here. He got passed over for Twitch Rival. To be fair, mod, only 3 Snap creators got invited to Twitch Rivals. So Dara and Dexter technically weren't invited by Twitch proper. They were reached out to by people that were invited to Twitch Rivals. It's a very small tournament. Deck building and the games is my understanding. We need to be an emote for Jim, just so there can be no ghosting. There's only six team captains. There's only 6 teams playing in the tournament. I mean, again, it's not like Harry's constantly getting ignored, right? Like, Dexter and Dara technically both have better metrics than Harry does, even if they stream a bit less. And they also weren't invited. They only invited 3 primarily Snap streamers to this event. And then they invited 3 other game streamers that have an interest in Snap. And that is very typical of Twitch Rivals. They tend to split these things up between people that have experience in the game and people that don't, because these are promotional events with a little bit of competition and money involved. Yeah, they want to cross-pollinate between audiences to get people to watch Marvel Snap that typically wouldn't be watching Marvel Snap. Every time I played a Twitch Rival event, there's always just like infinite people who are like, so-and-so should have been invited and they weren't. It's like, well, there's so many limited seats and they're trying to like get people to play the game that normally wouldn't be playing the game, right? It is a gold, Jeff. Yeah, I got that last night. We need one more upgrade for the gold border. Yeah, that's perfect, Duck. We could pin one of them too once we get done. Get fucked. Ooh, that's the good stuff right there. That's the good stuff right there, chat. I like the way you do that right there. Opponent. Oh, Darkhawk was probably the best hit in our deck, honestly. Oh, man. Iron Lad on Hawk is so gross, because it, like, makes you a minimum of 12, typically speaking. The real question is, can we get 20 more Jeff boosters in the next 30 minutes before the event starts so I can have a gold on gold Jeff for the tournament? Sounds good, Jim. I have too many pigs and too many Discord servers trying to keep up with everything. The deck building happened live. Yeah, it should. Although I don't know how exactly we're gonna deck build because we have to be playing on the mobiles, so. I'm trying to become Shillionaire, but we never gamble here. Yeah, we never gamble on purpose because I want Shillionaires to have worked for it. Thanks for the brand new Prime, by the way, Anchor. I think I missed that one. Appreciate it. I'm probably gonna end up missing subs today. Definitely ones that happened during the game. It's just gonna be a lot going on over the course of the day. I can tag Jim Davis in my stream title now. Fancy. I forgot we could do that. Yes, no one could use Kang in the tournament today. Because the free accounts they gave out that were loaded up are missing him. Yeah, they just really don't want us to draw cards here, huh? I guess we'll do this. I guess the lack of drawing cards is kind of good for Darkhawk, though. It's the decks aren't being drafted. The decks are giving a deck building requirement every round, and then we have 10 minutes to build with the requirement. Don't know what the requirements will look like until we start, though. It could be worse. Well, our Twitch snappers have been invited. Exclamation point rivals in chat for the full participant list. We know we're drawing Chavez next turn. My Hawk is 14. Just do this and play Chavez. I could stop their Kitty Pride, though. I'm probably supposed to wave, right? Yeah, I'm probably just supposed to wave. Save kitty. Slide Nightcrawler in to win the center and play Chavez on the right.
Victory.
Oh, Darkhawk's bigger. Yeah, that's true. Whoop. That is true. Sometimes I forget how big my hawk is, chat. It's a relative thing. All right, 14 more shark boosters. We can do it. Ninja. Beat Fogwell's jam, right? Alright, so we've lost the center.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, we just leave.
Escape.
Into fighting games like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter? No. I need to make sure whatever game I'm playing has an element of variance to it, so that way I can blame something else other than my lack of skill when I lose. What's your Pokemon Unite excuse? My teammates? I've never lost a game of Pokemon Unite because it was my fault. My teammates always need to get good. But I concede or play out matches for rivals. I mean, I intend to play out games that there's a chance that I could win them. But retreating in Marvel Snap is a core part of the gameplay. It is a function of playing the game well is retreating appropriately. The person that commented deep space during Twitch Rivals is unfortunate. The feature location does not impact direct challenge matches.
Opponent snapped.
Okay, so this is -4 in the middle,
All systems
which means that when my Nebula triggers next turn, we're winning mid. Can you get Ego in battle mode? Of course you can get Ego in battle mode. You just make them play for both sides here. I'll try it. Yeah, it's fair. Those are 12. Oh. I guess we were losing to their Doctor Doom too, huh? I probably should have doomed on 4 rather than leadered on 4. Probably should have saved my doom for a later turn. Or my leader for a later turn, potentially. Is my teammate streaming? Yes, everybody playing in the tournament is required to stream their perspective of the tournament. There will also be a main stream at twitch.tv/Twitch Rivals. I think I could tag Twitch Rivals too. Perfect. You should have, if you refresh the stream, you should be able to click on Twitch Rivals and Jim Davis MTG in my stream title. We will be playing Diablo 4 on stream all day Friday. Is my plan. Doctor Doom, Darkhawk, Korg, Nebula. Pretty solid land hits. All right, do both of them work now? What did we hit? Hit Korg. They both worked out. Perfect. Thank you for the heads up. I'm on a heater. I'm about to take them to class. I am the wiener. So the spawned Hulks don't have high evolutionaries effect. They just retain the text of their previous evolutionary card that doesn't actually do anything. So. Am I broadcasting from the Samsung device onto Twitch with a capture card, the same way I broadcast like my PlayStation or my Nintendo Switch? I have a USB micro device that hooks into my phone that sends the screen to OBS. Why is my Hulk only 16 power per liter? Because the ongoing effect cares about my details, not theirs. When we started playing this deck, is there a highlight for it on YouTube, or is it new? Yeah, this is just something off of Untapped, I think. Been in my deck editor for a little bit. We have highlights of Rivals up later tonight. It depends on if there's games worth highlighting. Like the last tournament I played in, I highlighted one of the rounds because I felt like the round had really good games worth highlighting. And if that happens, I'll highlight something. And if it doesn't, then we won't. You're gonna play on your phones. Yes, this tournament is sponsored by Samsung, and everybody playing in the tournament is required to play Marvel Snap from a Samsung mobile device.
Opponent snapped.
I do. A Samsung makes monitors that good. I have a Samsung monitor. A Samsung monitor and 2 Samsung TVs. Okay, so they're snapping me because they were enchantressing my Dorko, sure. Iron Lad has Hawk, Zabu, Nebula. These are all kind of solid hits. And then we'll obviously enchantress them here next turn. Maybe I'm supposed to enchantress them this turn to cut them off of playing 2 4-drops. It's probably a good take. Yeah, I think maybe I was supposed to Enchantress last turn. I wanted kind of the cube equity of them not knowing it's coming, but I wasn't thinking about also getting the Zabu. Sweet. Our read on them bailing out of the right was accurate. Do we win the center, though? This is 12. They're going to 14, and I go to 15? Sick. Yeah, they might have left if we Enchantress on the previous turn, but considering we wanted to keep them off of double fours, I think maybe I was wrong with my sequencing here. That's close, though. I guess they had already played Enchantress and Darkhawk, so maybe just, like, the odds of them double fouring are low anyways, so it's worthwhile. There's no one going either way. All right, Jeff boosters, chat. I need 8 more Jeff boosters so we can play a gold on gold Jeff today. Rats. Rats! I'm 8 boosters short of getting a gold border on my gold background Jeff. I am absolutely not potty trained. God bless. We have 18 minutes. I'm actually gonna start. I actually have a little bit less than that because I'm gonna be their pre-show interview. Is Jeff in the quick upgrade shop? Asking the real questions. I should check. I haven't checked since the 2 p.m. rollover. I spew on quick upgrades for cards I need borders on more than I care to admit. How often you ask, I'll never tell. Alright, Hawk, Enchantress, Jeff, Nebula. Everything other than Enchantress is a pretty solid hit here. We'll do that. So one of these is Mysterio. Thanks, Wanda. Appreciate you. And then we'll get Wave plus Jeff. Deep Space has been fine. I think it'll be a pretty interesting location. I like locations that are restrictive in the things that are optimal to play there, but don't fully lock you out of playing there altogether. So I actually think this is kind of a good design for restrictive locations. So like your cards are worse, but they're not just like unplayable. Yeah, there's a number of cards that are like good to play there, but you can play anything. Are cards in Deep Space boosted by Patriot? They are not. I think we just like move. We do this. Is this better than just playing Doctor Doom? It probably isn't. Leader and Doctor Doom are definitely the best things you can do to follow up a wave. Ah, yes, my 628th Korg booster. That is exactly what I wanted. Oh, check the shop. Good call, good call, good call. Never lucky. I would have bought credits for gold. We're out of credits, Jen. I would have bought more credits if he was there, but alas. Oh crap. It put us in a game. Reconnect. Sorry, I put it. Annual booster magnets will be a thing. Not for a while. Second Dinner communicated that booster magnets was an idea they were shelving. because they were happy with the 2x targeting for the time being. It's like we gotta pull out our bootstraps and earn these boosters. God, imagine having to play my game.
This land is always changing.
Need some trickle down boost. Listen, chat, ain't nobody got time to play a Weird World game.
Escape.
Is there any way to earn boosters faster? It's just 1 in 12 chance when you play your deck. So if a card is missing boosters towards its next upgrade level, it's twice as likely to get boosters at the end of the game. So my Jeff is the only card in this deck currently that meets that requirement, so it's twice as likely. It's still pretty unlikely, because 2x 1 in 12 is still not a lot. Oh, does leader meet that requirement too? Maybe leader meets that requirement too. I gotta check what leader's X. He's got a blue border. I think my team of Jim, Davis, and I are probably the second or third favorites to win, maybe. I don't know. There's everybody playing in the tournament's a really reasonable competitive player. Dara and Nina are definitely number one. I think 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a little bit more hazy after that. We're just getting the bad beats out now, chat. All right, fine. You know what? Everybody loses a card. We'll call it fair. Wave's probably not meaningfully disruptive against this opponent, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and play her now, and then we'll Doctor Doom next turn. Well, I guess this Hawk's gonna be 10. Now I'm gonna Wave into Doom, and then we'll Hawk on the last turn, probably. Oh, we could Doom on 5 anyways. Yeah, I guess that's true with Titan, huh? Details for people asking about pricing and stuff for rivals, exclamation point rivals in chat. Well, champion advantage during deck building. Once we start deck building and playing matches, chat will be going into emote only mode. There's a requirement for everyone competing. Pin that one. I assume they're gonna beat our small amount in the middle. Man, I didn't realize they'd go so hard over here. If we would have put Flip Talk and Korg, would have gotten them. And in general, I'm gonna have my chat closed while I play my rivals matches. It will be an emote, but like chat's a huge distraction, so I'll be closing chat while I'm playing my matches. Is Nebula solid into Sinister London? Hey, Matt, thank you for the almost over 4 years. Welcome back. Going to the right here. You get to keep the Samsung phone. No, people that got mailed a phone have to send it back. I'm actually using my own Samsung phone because I have a Z Fold 4. Yes, I believe deck lists are open, is my understanding. Yeah, I'm using all my own stuff. They sent out loaders to people that needed them, but I'm using all my own stuff. Luke Cage is kind of buggy on Deep Space. I am going to run to the restroom really quick before we get started. I'm going to hit a longer ad roll to turn off pre-rolls for the next hour of the tournament. So BRB, I'll be back in a few minutes, and Rivals will be starting here real soon. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Avalok, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yes, there is an official stream too. I think someone said they were live already. See if we can pull them up. We'll probably be watching some of them in between. I'm not likely to... Sure, that's I'll probably do commentary over the top of other matches that are going on. Oh, hey, look, we got a few sponsors. Samsung's the headliner, but Dunkin', State Farm, Pizza Hut, and Verizon. Hey, chat, I have a Verizon Samsung phone. Aren't I the perfect company, man? I am far less likely to talk out all of my lines while I am playing matches, only if it is helpful to me. Do I get bonus points? I feel like I should. Time to order Pizza Hut on stream. My children like Pizza Hut. I'll give them that one. All right, I think we have a... Twitch extension, maybe? Activate. That is overlay 1. Okay, if you refresh the stream, I think we should have Twitch Rivals Twitch extension active now. That shows you, look, it shows you teams with viewer accounts. You can click in here and follow people. You can click in to see their streams and stuff. That's good cross promotion. You see the 6 captains here. There was me, Sajam, Crip, Kibler, Nina, Nicolina. We're 6 captains. Follow yourself, Jeff. You're about to follow Jeff Hoagland. You are already following Jim Davis. Sure am. Good stuff. There's going to be a little bit of downtime in this. I'm interested to see what stream metrics look like. I'm going to use this to loosely gauge interest in playing in tournaments in the future, because I've avoided playing in a lot of the community tournament stuff just because the downtime tends to be a little bit killer, and viewers tend to ebb and flow hard when downtime happens. Yeah, I believe these two gentlemen are fighting game streamers. Yeah, the time of, the time of day takes into account too. Typically, tournaments run during times when I'm not streaming, which is, again, is difficult to metrics.